Okay.
Okay, I have that one ready to go.
Awesome.
Thank you
Great.
so much.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Believe it or not, everyone's mic'd up. I've got one right here. Yeah, someone apparently dropped out. So.
You sure it's 30?
Sorry. So I'm hearing an open mic somewhere on the live stream.
An open mic on the live stream.
Yeah.
There's no audio sending to the live stream.
Who's gonna? Is that coming in at all? Okay. Who's doing voice of God? What do we want for voice of God?
underway this morning. We promise the kolaches will not be taken from you. So please join us and grab a seat. Well, thank you, everybody. I'm Jenna Ben-Yehuda. I'm Executive Vice President at the Atlantic Council, and it's a real pleasure to welcome you in person and to our global audience online for our inaugural Resilience in Security and Economics Dialogue here in Austin, Texas. This project was really born out of a desire to bring a series of high-impact discussions on transatlantic relations beyond Washington, D.C., or what we call the Beltway. Why? Because we're in the midst of this really profound reshaping of the international system, where the rules that have governed ways that nations interact with each other are undergoing a transformation not seen since the end of World War II. And so we live in this deeply interconnected world where events happening in one place have significant impacts in another. And we know that's not just true for the United States. Nations everywhere are experiencing this. And as such, it's extra important that we identify ways to work alongside our partners and allies to really shape our collective future in ways that promote security and prosperity for us all. And so to that end, the Atlantic Council really is a staunch believer that the United States and Europe have to leverage their incredible economic, historic, and cultural ties to deepen collaboration on issues from defense industry to global security challenges to emerging technology and societal resilience. And we also know that that's not going to be achieved in Washington or Brussels alone. Cities around the world, from Austin to Kyiv, are home to the knowledge and innovation needed to help shape the world of today and tomorrow. And we know that global issues also shape local realities. Right here in Texas, energy security, defense, and economic security and growth aren't just theoretical questions. They're issues that have implications shaping kitchen table conversations all over the state. Furthermore, Texas is home to the largest Czech diaspora community, over 200,000 people, so it creates a natural connection to deepen transatlantic ties by building on this relationship. So all of these dynamics have converged to make Austin a natural home for today's series of important conversations. As we kick off today's event, featuring a number of American, Czech, and European officials and experts to consider the future of transatlantic relations and our partnership, I'm really delighted to be joined by our dear friend and partner, Zbyněk Polacek, from the Czech public diplomacy organization Jagello 2000. Zbyněk is really the founding father of the RISE Dialogue initiative, so deepest thanks to you, Zbyněk, for your partnership together with Jagello 2000 to really bring this dialogue to life. So Zbyněk, before we turn over to our distinguished keynote speakers to start the conversation, let me turn it over to you to share some of your comments, especially on the importance of the US-Czech partnership.
Thank you, Jenna, and good morning, everybody. Today is a very special day for us, because firstly, 27 years ago, Czech Republic became to be NATO member and member of the Transatlantic family, which is very important because that day created the ground for our very vital transatlantic relations and cooperation. And Texas is a very good example of that, because at least the National Guard was very helpful and was very committed to assist to Czech armed forces to enhance their skills, capabilities, and assets. And given of the various facts, because there are so many channels, ties, and cooperation between Texas, United States, and Czech Republic, and as you said, this is very important to discuss those issues out of the East Coast. So we are very proud to find this very beautiful place at Austin and at the University of Texas in Austin. And the aim for the RISE dialogue is to set to Austin the tradition where we will annually gather to discuss and to exchange our views of the bilateral cooperation from the economy, defense, and then also from the rescue system and also other topics. So for the beginning, once again, thank you very much for accepted our invitation. Also, let me thank our partners. So firstly, the Atlantic Council of United States, the European Center, because this is our very long-term partner, and we greatly appreciated our cooperation and partnership. Then, of course, the University of Texas here in Austin for this very nice venue. Then to our also distinguished partners, the American Friends of Czech Republic, then to Bush Institute, and finally to our general partner, the CSG company. So once again, thank you very much for coming over, and I look forward for upcoming discussion. Thank you, Jenna.
Thanks, Benek, and yes, thank you to all of our important partners. So with that, please join me in welcoming Dr. Sonia Feigenbaum. Sonia is the Senior Vice Provost for Global Engagement here at UT Austin, and she is really making big moves in making UT a global university, which it has become under her leadership. And thank you for your partnership in helping us to make all of this happen. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the introduction. It's really my pleasure to welcome all of you to the 2026 Resilience in Security and Economics Dialogue, and to thank you for joining us here in Austin and on our campus for what promises to be a timely conversation and a forward-looking one. I would like to begin by thanking the Center for European Studies for hosting this event and for inviting me to make these remarks. I also would like to recognize personally Dr. Michael Mosser for his leadership. I don't know where you are. And for the Center's critical role in fostering rigorous, policy-relevant transatlantic dialogue. I'm equally pleased to welcome our partner from the Atlantic Council, one of the world's leading think tanks and an essential forum for engagement on international affairs. Thank you, Jenna Ben-Yehuda, for being here, and thanks to your entire team for having the trust in us to work together. Through its Europe Center, the Atlantic Council has long championed the US-EU partnership as a strategic asset. That commitment is reflected here today in this inaugural RISE dialogue. The shared vision of the Atlantic Council and the Center for European Studies here at UT Austin is grounded in education, open dialogue, and practical solutions to complex challenges, and these are coming to life in today's program. With support from UT Austin's Center for Global Security, the American Friends of the Czech Republic, and the George W. Bush Institute, this dialogue underscores a central idea: that resilience in security and economics is not solely the domain of national governments. It requires engagement across regions, institutions, and sectors, including universities and local global partnerships. Throughout today's sessions, distinguished guest speakers from government, the military, business, and the policy community will examine how the Texas-Czech connection strengthens bilateral cooperation and contributes to broader Euro-Atlantic security. The title of this convening captures a defining challenge of our time: resilience in security and economics. As today's agenda makes clear, resilience is multidimensional. It encompasses defense and security cooperation, industrial capacity and supply chains, cybersecurity and technological leadership, crisis response, and the long-term durability of alliances. Importantly, these dimensions are deeply interconnected. Economic resilience underpins security, technological leadership shapes strategic advantage, and alliances endure only if they are adaptable, nimble, trusted, and mutually reinforcing. What unites these themes is the recognition that resilience is not built in isolation. It is built through relationships between governments and institutions, between public and private sectors, and across borders. And it depends on the trust, the coordination, and the ability to sustain collective action over time, even as political, economic, and security conditions evolve. Universities have a unique and essential role to play in this ecosystem of resilience. At UT Austin, global engagement is not peripheral to our mission, it is fundamental to it. Through more than 200 global partnerships, 53,000 students, over 5,000 faculty, extensive faculty collaboration, robust student mobility, and a campus community shaped by international perspectives, we contribute to resilience by producing knowledge, educating future leaders, and promoting and connecting research to real-world challenges. We often say, and our motto is, what starts here changes the world, while recognizing that meaningful global engagement also changes us and strengthens our ability to respond to shared challenges. Europe is central to UT Austin's global engagement. It is the region with the largest number of institutional partnerships, the highest levels of student mobility, and some of our most extensive faculty collaboration across disciplines, from security studies and economics to engineering, public policy, and the sciences. Our work with European partners advances research agendas and builds the intellectual and human capital that resilient societies require. That commitment is also very personal for me. I am originally from France, and my academic training and early professional life were shaped by European intellectual traditions. That experience continues to inform how I view the role of universities as bridges between countries and disciplines and between ideas and action. It reinforces my belief that sustained reciprocal engagement with Europe is essential to UT Austin's global strategy. Today's program reflects that ambition, from discussions on transatlantic security, partnerships to conversations on cyber cooperation, disaster response, and economic resilience. At a moment when global assumptions are being tested, the act of convening for serious, informed dialogue is itself a form of resilience. We are so proud to host this dialogue at UT Austin and to serve as a platform that connects local perspectives with global challenges. We hope that today's discussions leave you both challenged and motivated to strengthen transatlantic cooperation in your own work. And so thank you to our partners, our speakers, and all of you for being part of this important conversation. I wish you a productive and meaningful day, and it is now my pleasure to invite Ambassador Merrick to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning. I learned to say good morning in Czech. It's dobe rano, so at least learning some Czech. Distinguished speakers, honored guests, and esteemed colleagues, we meet at a moment of profound change in the transatlantic relationship. That is precisely why the inaugural Resilience and Security and Economics Dialogue matters, and why it's especially meaningful for me to join you here in my home state of Texas. This conference and the fact that we're gathered in Texas, home to so many Czech Americans, is a perfect encapsulation of how much we continue to be part of each other's stories on both sides of the Atlantic. There's a long list of partners on today's program, and that list matters. It reflects the depth of investment in the relationship between the United States and the Czech Republic and in the broader transatlantic partnership. And while much is changing, Secretary Rubio underscored in Munich that this administration in the United States cares deeply about the relationship with Europe. We share responsibility for our collective security. We're united by a commitment to liberty and democracy, and the U.S. economic relationship, the most important in the world, drives innovation and growth that pays dividends around the globe. Even more fundamentally, The transatlantic bond is unique and irreplaceable. That's why we can no longer postpone real change as we seek to revitalize our partnership so it meets the demands of today's strategic environment. The Trump administration recognizes the urgency of global competition and has put forth a vision for renewing the U.S.-EU economic relationship. The foundation of that vision is balanced and mutually beneficial trade that supports growth, innovation, and opportunity on both sides of the Atlantic. Fair and balanced trade will be enabled by reduced regulatory frameworks that enhance the business environment and enable innovation rather than stifling it. For those of us focused on our two countries, the excellent relationship between the Trump administration and the Czech government mirrors our close ties, stretching back even before the founding of Czechoslovakia. I'm especially pleased to be here alongside First Deputy Prime Minister Havlicek, Ambassador Staszek, and other members of the Czech government. The high-level meetings we had earlier this week with members of President Trump's cabinet and other senior government officials are a testament to how clearly Washington sees the values we share and the potential for economic engagement and cooperation that will drive economic prosperity for both of our countries. We have many reasons for optimism. Our bilateral trade in goods, totaling $12.6 million in 2025, is at an all-time high. Since 2020, Czech investment in the United States has quadrupled and continues to grow. As our trade continues to become more balanced, we see real opportunities to accelerate growth, particularly in areas such as LNG, energy infrastructure, and critical materials. I've been impressed by the quality of technical talent and the innovative spirit of the Czech economy and its ability to pivot to the industries of the future. Czech companies also demonstrate ingenuity and entrepreneurial drive, qualities that make them great investors and partners in the United States. There are more success stories than I can list here. Prusa Research, PBS Aerospace, Brano Group, MSM North America, a subsidiary of CSG, GZ Media. Each of these demonstrate that Czech companies and many more can invest and deliver in the U.S. market. The United States and Czechia are also aligned in our desire to unleash business by ensuring regulatory frameworks support rather than stifle innovation. For businesses to succeed, they need a framework for growth, not an obstacle course that prevents European and American companies from being as competitive as possible. Overregulation, examples of which we can see in the Digital Services Act, EU methane regulations, and EU Space Act, risks slowing Europe's economic dynamism and weakening transatlantic innovation, and not to mention act as non-tariff barriers for U.S. companies in the European market. We appreciate Czechia's pragmatic and steady voice on shared priorities, underscoring that Europe needs less red tape to meet today's and tomorrow's challenges. Economic growth is both the driver of prosperity and the foundation of security, and the other focus of today's discussion. But security also requires commitment to making sure NATO lives up to its founding promise. European leadership in defense will strengthen deterrence, reinforce the credibility of the alliance, and allow all of us to focus resources where they are needed most. We know that together, European NATO allies can be more powerful than any adversary. That's why we continue to emphasize in Czechia and across the alliance the need to turn our collective Hague defense commitments into tangible capabilities. Our partnership, rooted in shared history and values, will be transformed by shared responsibility and sustained by mutual benefit. Our renewed focus on defense investments and economic cooperation presents an opportunity to rejuvenate our transatlantic community of strong, confident allies that are economically dynamic and fully committed to our collective security. As we strengthen our business relationships, address barriers to innovation, and ensure Europe can lead in defense, we will emerge fit and resilient enough to meet the challenges of our time, and together we will shape a future worthy of our shared history. Thank you very much. And now Ambassador Stashek will speak to us.
Good morning, Mr. First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Trade and Industry of the Czech Republic, Karel Havlíček, Ambassador Nicholas Merrick. Nicholas, welcome back to your home state. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome you to today's security conference. I think, as was mentioned here at the beginning, there couldn't be a better place to host this conference than Austin, Texas, because in 1993 we signed our historical agreement between the Army of the Czech Republic and National Guards of the Texas. This partnership agreement helped us basically to fulfill the criteria to become the member of NATO, which happened in 1999. And I would like to also, from the podium, to congratulate once again to Jagello 2000 Atlantic Council, which we are having excellent collaboration also in Washington, and of course Texas University and American Friends of the Czech Republic, who also, and due to their effort, our membership in NATO really happened. I think our economic and political ties with the United States are growing, and specifically on the investment side. And I think that Texas is the right example where our interests are meeting, because the main spin of our collaboration is defense and security collaboration. And this is not only about the purchasing of the new military equipment, but also this is about the sharing the experiences, but also opening some new chapter of our collaboration, like cybersecurity, AI, quantum technologies, and space, and everything is based basically here in Texas. And it was also one of the main reasons we decided 2 years ago to start the negotiation about our first agreement with particular state of the United States to conclude this collaboration agreement, and it will happen shortly after our meeting, and we are going to meet Governor Abbott to sign this agreement, and it will be cover agreement of all collaborations we are planning to have and to run in state of Texas. And of course, out of the defense and security, I forgot to mention also the energy security and import of LNG, specifically in the time when we are trying to diversify our energy resources and moving to new sources of fossil fuels, and specifically from the United States. It means the role of the United States in our energy mix is growing and will be having a key role in the future. And the main sources of energy are based in Texas and Louisiana as well. I would like to also mention our collaboration with the University of Texas, because this is the one that will happen in the autumn of this year, and we will frame it basically all chapters. We would like to have it and develop it in the relation with the state of Texas. Of course, Europe needs United States. United States need Europe, and I think those conferences like we are having today in Austin, and together with Jagello, we are hosting one conference in the autumn in Washington, in the capital state of the United States, are very important to discuss how we can enhance our collaboration within the NATO, but also on the bilateral level, and to also give the companies opportunity to discuss some new possibilities. For us in upcoming time is very important to encourage the defense industry collaboration. For this reason, we are having the Defense Industrial Forum, which is held in Washington in autumn. And today with Mr. Minister, we are having very important delegation, which is concluding almost 55 companies. More of the companies are focused on the defense and security collaboration, and they will be exhibiting today at the expo. And you are all invited, of course, to join us and to meet them on the stall. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a really successful conference today. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to invite you to join us. Deputy Prime Minister, thank you. Good to be with you. Thank you for joining us. Please.
Thank you.
So I think we've heard that we have more than just a little bit to talk about. There is a lot happening in this space right now, and such a dynamic moment. I want to just start to give you the opportunity to paint for us what you see as some of your priorities, especially in the new government. We've spoken already this morning about these shifting global power dynamics, economic security, for many years an afterthought has become really central. We live in this moment of geoeconomics in which our economic toolkit is inextricably linked to that of national security, and that is also reflected in your own portfolio, which includes trade. Can you talk a little bit about how you see the Czech Republic's role in increasing broadly European competitiveness and how you're thinking about driving economic growth in your own country?
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. Definitely, we have to, let's say, improve the competitiveness not only of the Czech Republic but also of the Europe. It's really not good that we are really right now losing the competitiveness in Europe. The European companies, they are leaving Europe. They are going to America. They are going to China, and it's really not good because why they are going to America? Because they have got better energy prices in America. The same is in China. And definitely the companies, the private sector and the industrial sector, this is the extremely important part of the resilience, because definitely the defense spending, which let's say we have to increase the defense spending, we can pay only at the level of the industrial and private sector. They have to generate the revenues, they have to generate the profits, then we can collect the taxes, then we can invest into the defense, to infrastructure, to I don't know, science or transport, and that's really not good. On the other hand, to say that in Europe there are the great ideas, great let's say the startups. Let's say come to USA together with more than 50 Czech entrepreneurs. They are the great for young people. They're active in cybersecurity, in defense, in let's say the artificial intelligence. So, and that's what we have achieved to stabilize the business sector in Europe. And the role of the government is to create the environment that the companies, they will generate the profits and revenues, and then of course we can collect the taxes. So industrial and energy, industrial sufficiency and energy security, this is the extremely important part of the resilience, and that's what we have improved. That means not only, let's say, the defense spending, it's extremely important, I understand it. On the same level, we have strengthened the energy security, and at the same time, the European industrial sufficiency.
Thank you for that, Mr. Minister. You spoke, I'm glad you touched on defense spending. Just yesterday, as I understand it, lawmakers in Prague approved a deficit budget that reflects the Prime Minister's priorities. Really, it's his first budget in this current role. And it brings defense spending down from the 2% threshold to about 1.7%, which would mean that you would not hit those defense targets as had been previously anticipated. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about what you see is the interplay. You've talked about economic security, resilience, all of course directly tied to your own national security. Do you see defense spending as in tension with these priorities, or how do you think there's connectivity there? Clearly, there are demands on all European partners, as there are on the United States as well, to provide for this kind of security. Do you see defense spending, for example, as potentially being an engine of economic growth within the Czech Republic? I'm curious for how those priorities reflect a desire to meet all of these various measures that you've laid out.
As a defense spending, it's of course a priority. As a budget of the Czech government, of the new Czech government, it's not at the level of 1.7%. It's at the level of 2, maximum 2.1%, because we have includes also the let's say the infrastructure for expenses. They are closely connected to defense as a transport and so on. It's the similar figure like the last government, like in 2025, and our objective is to achieve 2.1 in 2026. That's as a first. As a second, it's not about words, it's about results. And I can give you an example for when we came to the first government in 2014. The defense spending, they were at the level of in US dollars, $2 billion US dollars. In the end of the day, in the end of our rule in 2021, it was at a level of $4 billion US dollars, so twice more. That's as a first. And last but not least, it's to understand that we have to balance all of these pillars, how I mentioned, as a pillar of the defense, pillar of the energy security, and pillar of the industrial sufficiency. Of course, there's the defense spending. They are today the part of the, let's say, the economic growth. That's reality. Well, so Czech Republic is an industrial-oriented country, and let's say the last 20, 30 years, the most important segment of the Czech industrial segment was an automotive. It's reality in the last 2-3 years. The defense industry, it's, let's say, it's so important, it's like automotive. Well, the problem is this in automotive, there are 1,000 suppliers, sub-suppliers, and so on. It's definitely the infrastructure. In the defense, it's not yet an infrastructure. There are a few companies, the great companies, like a CSG. Well, it's one of the most growing company in the world in the last months and years, and the others. But the other, let's say, the few companies that are generating excellent added value. And one important notice, strengthening let's say, the defense, strengthening the security. It's not, let's say, it's to strengthening let's say, the EBITDA of the defense companies. I'm happy if the company is generating added value and the profits and so on, but we have to push on the prices. And if we are paying so a lot of sources, well, we have to do it at a transparent level and at the same time to push on the prices. So it cannot be, and that's my answer, only the hunt for a percentage, but at the same time, it must be maximum transparent to push on the prices, because the increasing of the defense budget doesn't mean that at the same time, well, we are strengthening for the security. We are, in many cases, strengthening the profitability of the defense companies, and this one we have to balance.
So you talked a little bit about infrastructure, and we know defense-enabled infrastructure is also a big part of those NATO targets. I wonder if we might shift to resilient supply chains as we also think about potential risks to the Czech Republic and Europe more broadly. There's been much discussion, obviously, about China and the risk posed by supply chains, in particular in telecommunications infrastructure from Huawei and others. How do you think about balancing the need to modernize in the Czech Republic, to make that kind of accessibility broadly available, to build networks that are resilient for the future, while also recognizing the enormous cost that comes with making those kinds of investments? How do you balance those trade-offs, and to what extent do you assess risk from China to Czech supply chains?
Great you mentioned China. Well, so I had the opportunity to meet in the last 2 days with the members of the cabinet of Donald Trump, Howard Lutnick and Mr. Greer, and so on, and we discussed also China. That's really a threat. Europe is not the enemy for the US, and the US is not the enemy for Europe. We have to collaborate, and we have to strengthen the collaboration between Europe and America as, let's say, is the act how to compete with China, how to strengthen the position against China. Because China, it's an economic threat. Russia, it's a security threat. The question is, why is China so good today? It's not, let's say, it's not a consequence of the cheap labor force. It is the history, it is the past. I started my business in 1990, and then the first deals, the first projects in China, they were based on a cheap labor force in China. China is extremely good because, first, it's protected economy. Second, China, it's very, very good in innovation and research. There are several hundred students of China, the Chinese students. They are studying right now in the US, in Great Britain, in Australia, in the European Union. All of the students, not all, but students, they are going back to China, and they are creating the new China. Mm-hmm. They are extremely good innovations. They can reduce the product life cycle, and they are beating Europe. It's interesting, they are not beating USA. 25 years ago, the share of GDP in the world in the USA was at a level of 27%. In Europe, 26%. 25 years after, so right now, for Europe, 16%, 1/6. In America, 26%. It's similar, still the same. But in China, 25 years ago, only 2-3%. Right now, 16%. China is beating Europe. What's happened? World is changing, and when I was a minister in 2018, 1920, the collaboration between the countries was based on the relations. Right now, it's based on the transactions. And
really feel that shift.
Yeah. It's based on transactions. And that's what we have to understand. We have to invest into the R&D, totally deregulate European Union, stop the crazy system of the subsidies, and at the same time, completely change the energy policy of the European Union. Nobody of the US representatives which I met in the last days is understanding the European energy policy. It's total crazy.
Can you tell me, when you say that these dramatic shifts are required, especially on energy security, what does that look like for you?
For me, it's important that we have first strengthened the sufficiency and independency. Well, a few years ago, I had the opportunity to meet Donald Trump. 2019 was. I was, let's say, as the Minister of Industry, and visited together with my Prime Minister White House. We discussed with Donald Trump one and a half hour. And Trump's mentioned, why are you paying to Russia €1 billion or US dollars, I don't know, per day for energies? It's not the Czech Republic, it's Europe, of course. He said, it's crazy. Well, you had the opportunity to have, let's say, the LNG from United States, and you are still purchasing the gas from Russia and oil and so on. And the answer was, okay, it's let's say, it's the consequence of the infrastructure, because the Europe was total depending on, not total, but very depending for Russia gas, as a Nord Stream 1, Nord Stream 2, Yamal, South Stream, Turk Stream, all of the pipelines that are connecting the Europe and Russia. That's as a phrase what we have to do. And this may be one of the reasons why I'm here right now in America, because I'm for opening the door for let's say, it's the biggest gas deal between the Czech Republic and USA. And we are really ready to purchase the LNG from United States and close the contract for 15 or 20 years. This is the first. Second one, the investment to nuclear energy. Mm-hmm. It's a total mistake that the Germany stopped the nuclear sources. In 2019, when I was a minister, I met several times with the German Minister of Industry, Peter Altmaier, and he persuaded me that it's crazy when the Czech Republic investing to nuclear sources. And he said that for nuclear energy, this is the energy of the past, and Germany and Austria and the other countries be strictly against the Czech nuclear energy program. Right now, 2026, for German Chancellor and German Minister of Industry and Trade, they said it was a mistake.
So you've seen that big shift. We've heard a lot of that discussion, the changing priorities on nuclear. We have promised your staff that we will not make you late to your next engagement. So I want to close just with, if you could comment briefly, we have before us in this room and online, we're doing this here because of the nature of the Czech diaspora community in Texas. People have been here since the 1800s and even earlier, as the ambassador shared with me. And so what do you want people whose ties to the Czech Republic are familial, are their grandparents and their great-grandparents and beyond, what should they know about the Czech Republic of today?
The Czech Republic is no longer only the country of the past, of the beer, or the Charles Bishop, the Karlstein, but it's the country for the future. It's the country of the great universities. As you know, Czech Technical University, it's my university. I studied at Czech Technical University. It's closely collaborating with Texas University. It's great. We are the country of the smart people, smart young people. They are ready to conquer the world, and they can innovate, and they can, let's say, produce and prepare the great products as added value. I am delighted of the Austin, because many people in the Czech Republic, they found that the Austin, it's the huts and the whiskey and let's say it's like a Western city. It's a super modern city. It's great. Well,
with a lot of whiskey. Also.
Yes, a lot of whiskey. Okay. It's a beautiful, modern city, very innovative city, and I see only the added value, the autonomous driving systems. Well, yes. The Texas, well, in Austin, it's great, and that's an inspiration for us.
Yes, and so you see a country on the move, you see a country ready to innovate, and a natural home here in Austin, and so people should also come visit, no?
Yes, of course.
Good. Okay, well, thank you for joining us, Mr. Minister.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, Elizabeth's not. So, put her into the middle. You're welcome. Okay, no worries. Good morning. Set. Mic's on. Mic's on.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first panel. It's my great pleasure to be here at the RISE Dialogue. My name is Michael Mosser. I am the director of the Center for European Studies, one of the co-hosts here at the University of Texas at Austin. I'd love to welcome the panelists here. This is our first panel of the day, first of many really, really great panels for today. This particular panel is known as the panel on reinforcing transatlantic security partnerships. Joined with me on the stage, I've got a number of great representatives. I've got, from my right, on your left, Elizabeth Kennedy Trudeau, the Bradford Freeman Managing Director of Global Policy at the George W. Bush Institute. Next to her, Jason Gaines, the Chief Executive Officer of MSM North America. And next to me is Ambassador Pohar, Am I getting the right?
Pojar.
Pojar, exactly right, yeah. My Czech is rusty. Yeah, it's exactly Ambassador Tomáš Pojar, former National Security Advisor of the government of the Czech Republic. And today, in the time that we've got with you, we'd like to discuss and really sort of kick off this conference with a reasonably intense discussion of what the word resilience means. As the moderator, my job is not to actually do much talking. I want to have these distinguished panelists do the talking. I just want to ask a few questions and hopefully get us off the stage and get information from us to you. And so, Ambassador Pojar, I wonder if you might be able to speak about the way in which you've seen an evolution in resilience and in your time and in the time in which sort of you've been in government and now not, but how have you seen this word resilience change in the relationship, whether it be the Czech and American relationship or the transatlantic relationship more broadly?
Well, I think that in the recent years, recent few years, or maybe many years already, we have seen that the world is becoming more and more turbulent with more and more challenges. We did live from the 1990 after the collapse of communism and after we freed ourselves, and with the help of Ronald Reagan and George Bush at that time, the president. And then we lived for 30 years in quite a great situation inside Europe. When, yes, we did have the Balkan Wars, the Balkan skirmishes in the 90s, but there was not that much discussion about resilience. There was a discussion about growth and about freedom, but we didn't spend enough on defense, and we believed in the trends of globalization, and then we hit the wall, and the world has changed, and we have to adjust. And there, the real serious discussion about defense spending and defense capabilities and the capabilities of the industry and the dependence on, be it China or any other part of the world, the sole dependence on any other part of the world. Once there is a disruption, be it disruption created by the pandemic or disruption created by the war or the disruption created by the earthquake. So it is a learning experience for everyone. It is linked to the decoupling from some parts of the world and decoupling from that dependency. And we can only be asking ourselves if we are doing enough and if the speed is sufficient or not. And definitely at the end you can look into the glass which is either half full or half empty, because a lot has changed and a lot has been done, but at the same time we must say that we are still not there. But the time of crisis and time of turbulence is also a great time of opportunity, and we have to take every crisis as an opportunity, as we did take the Russian invasion of Ukraine 4 years ago as an opportunity, and we decoupled as Czechs from the dependence on the Russian energy sources quite fast, where nobody would say that it could be such so fast. The people from the energy business were saying it's impossible, it will take 5 years, 10 years, and at the end it was done in 2 years. And was it painful? Yes, but was it worth it? Definitely. Okay, so we should not only talk about resilience, but we should we should work, and we should be resilient, and we have to be more more independent. And then this is a great opportunity for the transformation time of the transatlantic relations, also on the business side as well as on the defense side, where the rest of the world is pushing us with all the difficulties, I think, closer together, and there is a lot of opportunities that what we can do together, and mutually beneficial. And I think that we have seized some of those opportunities, but there are many more to be grabbed.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. Really, it's a great place to start this conversation. Elizabeth, you've spent a great deal of time all around the world basically dealing with a lot of the issues that we're talking about here today in a different kind of context. I wonder if you might be able to speak to that notion that resilience is more than just talking, but also doing. And
I actually love what the ambassador said, and also what the deputy prime minister said, and Jenna. I think the idea of pragmatic, realistic steps is really what needs to come to the forefront now. We have the ties. The idea of being in Austin, especially with the deep ties that the Czech Republic has with this state through the National Guard partnership, through the expat community who lives here, through the defense industry that has investment here. It's a perfect place to talk about the resiliency of that transatlantic bond, because it's not just one layer, it's deep in all of our countries. I would also note that, NATO is the gold standard in international alliances. We know this. In the United States, I think we also need to remind ourselves of that the only time Article 5 was ever invoked by NATO was to defend the United States. And so there's got to be a recognition of that, and as the ambassador said, a reinvestment in it, and not just a reinvestment with summit declarations or pretty words or ideas in abstract, but very similar to what the Czech Republic did with energy security. It's not 10 years, it's 18 months. You take the steps now. So I think it's perfect that the Atlantic Council's having this with its partners on the theme of resilience, because it's not an abstract concept anymore. We are being buffeted by crises everywhere around the world. We need to be focused, we need to be pragmatic, and we need to be realistic, and also, frankly, we can't stop. The idea where we can take things for granted anymore, that time's over.
Outstanding. And Jason, you're a practitioner. You're in the space. You're actually applying a lot of these lessons that we're talking about. I wonder if you might give us your perspective.
Sure. So I've got kind of a unique experience in that most of my career has been spent in the munitions space here in the U.S., working for a company called General Dynamics, which most of you would know. When Russia invaded Ukraine, and the flag went up with respect to needing to increase the capacity within the industrial base, it was kind of remarkable to see how each of the different countries, both Europe as well as the U.S., reacted to that. And in the U.S., there was a very, very strong push, very quickly, coordinated to invest into the industrial base to expand capacities. In Europe, it lagged a bit, but now it's ramped up significantly. And where I think that we need to see improvement is on that collaboration. We are seeing investment being made all over the place, but so much redundancy and forgetting the word, but
duplicate efforts.
Yes, duplicate efforts.
Duplicity.
Yeah,
exactly.
right.
That's what we're doing.
Duplicate efforts on building this capacity, and as a result, you're going to be overcapacitized in some areas and undercapacitized in others. And so this transatlantic, partnership and the topic of resilience, to me, means much more strategic focus on a collaborative look into the industrial base.
Well, that's fantastic. And you should have figured out by now, even after a few minutes, that we've got representatives here, again, from industry, from government, from civil society, each of which has a perspective that is extraordinarily sort of connected to each other. So I'd like to go back to our ambassador and say, and ask, we can't ignore the challenges. Right? We're talking about pragmatism. We're talking about applying these lessons in reality. Walk us through some of the challenges that you see and maybe some ways that we might overcome sort of challenges, applying principles to practice.
Well, it's a broad question, but I think that what we have seen, I will go more to the defense situation now. Well, what we have seen in the battlefield of Ukraine as well as in the Middle East, and what we do see now in Iran, and it's always a combination of very traditional weaponry, very old style, very low tech, with a super tech and new systems and new weapons, which are where there is an evolution cycle of few weeks or months, and then it has to be upgraded. And we have to have enough flexibility to really react to that situation. So we have to. We should not only believe in the new technologies, that the new technologies will solve everything. That's not going to happen. We need to have also the old traditional good technologies or weapons, if you wish. So we have to innovate, and we have to integrate it with the old. We have to have very expensive new smart weaponry, but also very much low-tech, non-expensive response to some of the threats. And the art is how to combine it together, and how not to fight the wars of 20, 30 years ago, but also how not to dream about some future Star Wars, which at the end can be outmaneuvered by very basic weapons and very basic use of them. And for that, I think that we have to really look on those battlefields, and some are engaged there directly. So that's good for getting the experience, and then there is a necessity of the reaction. And the opportunity is and that's the business opportunity, but also the opportunity for the governments to learn from each other, and to invest in each other's environment, and to transfer the knowledge, and I strongly believe in capitalism. So to have capitalism working in those successful being successful, and having a real competition, breaking all the monopolies and duopolies of the traditional order, in order to have more creativity or disruptive creativity of the new technologies, of the fighting habits or defense habits, as well as the basic business functioning.
Thank you. Jason, sort of that's a nice segue into the work. So how do you then apply these particular lessons, and not just lessons learned from previous battlefields, but sort of lessons yet to come? How do you apply this to the work that you're doing?
Yeah, so when I look at lessons learned from what's gone on in Ukraine and what's going on in Iran, there's so many, and the reality is ensuring that we have a level of readiness within our industrial base with those conventional weapons is critical. And having the right stock levels on hand to fight a fight is critical. And I think to your point about conventional weaponry and the amount of usage that has been applied in Ukraine was not something that anybody was forecasting. And as a result, it's required this enormous surge in capacity. But what that brings is a risk of having to sustain that. And so as a matter of, sustainability and long-term, resilience of an industrial base, it requires long-term planning and a much different look from a strategy, from a policy perspective, so that we're avoiding these giant spikes in requirements and then these massive lulls. Because as a private organization, as any private business, those, that capacity will be transferred to some other application once it's not being used. And so, your comments about the importance of conventional ammunition in today's modern battlefield is still absolutely relevant. And then when you look at the situation in Iran, you've got $10,000 UAVs being shot down by multi-million-dollar interceptors. That's not sustainable. And in the world that I'm operating in at the moment, it's that counter UAS capability with utilizing more economically affordable conventional ammunition with new technology. So there's an intersection there of your conventional weaponry with modern technology to try to find efficient ways of defeating these UASs, which is just a critical thing on today's battlefield.
It's a really, really interesting and important point, and really, you know, you didn't use this word, but it's a word that I think we can use, is misalignment, right? There's a misalignment here, and Elizabeth, I wonder if you might speak about that from a policy perspective, as a policy practitioner, and you know, and the way in which that misalignment transcends not just the defense industrial base and the capabilities, but also the policy level.
It's a great question. I think really, you know, what we're talking about is planning, streamlining, ensuring interoperability, and stress testing. And these are fundamental policy questions. You know, my former colleagues in the Pentagon would hate it if I said that there wasn't a long-term plan, because that's what they do. That's their bread and butter every single day. But the peaks and valleys are real, and there are pragmatic steps that the United States and our allies can take to solve for the X. You know, if it's friendshoring, if it's niche production in countries that have exquisite capabilities, if it is ensuring that our supply chains are resilient, and not just our supply chains for weaponry, but for material. And so this is broad defense policy. This is not new. You know, the United States and certainly our allies have been talking about defense integration and interoperability, both within alliances as well as in bilateral relations for decades. You know, the idea again, though, to go back to the ambassador's first very real point, is take the steps. Make the policy real.
You know, I come from a very small town in southwestern Pennsylvania. The only important person to come out of my small town is actually a pretty important one, George C. Marshall. And we spent a lot of time growing up learning about not just the Marshall Plan, but everything that he did before the Marshall Plan, as, you know, sort of helping to win World War II through logistics. And so I think that's a really important part of this discussion. Interoperability has been a question mark for NATO in peacetime, and now we see it in wartime. We see it playing out. So I'd like to get your perspectives, all three of you, on the way in which interoperability has, again, evolved, and whether or not it is something. Are we solving this challenge? I think we recognize the challenge. We've always recognized it. But are we working on solving it? Is it something that is intractable? Ambassador, if you'd like to start us off, you know, tell us about interoperability with how things how you've seen on your end.
Well, it's again, the answer is if the glass is half full or half empty. Right. I think that there has been a good trend of streamlining interoperability by working together, training together, fighting together, and at the end by using the forces of capitalism to work, because at the end you cannot have 32 platforms inside NATO, because it's economically it doesn't make sense, and there is not economy of scale in those like 32 nations. So we do see that, I think if you look into the supersonics, then there is less of them than in the past. If you look into the countries which are able to, or consortia of countries which are able to produce the new battle tanks, then again you have much less of them than in the past, and I think it's a good trend, and this will continue. So in some cases we are going in the right direction. At the same time, with those new technologies and with the UAVs and counter UAVs, then interoperability is important. But this is really in the time of the revolution. So you cannot impose interoperability, because some technology will win above the others, and some will be more successful than the others. And like in the electronic warfare also, and we do not know which one is going to be. So we should, I really think we should keep the competition forces really to be alive, and we should look into the transatlantic space as one space. And by that we now, okay, there was always an economy of scale in US. There was not an economy of scale in Europe in the last 30 years. Now it has changed dramatically. So you have two economies of scale, and then you have a combined economy of scale, which is gigantic, and we should use this space. What I do see now, and I think what is obvious, and what helped also our companies and the need to be investing into the U.S. and to be here present at the U.S. market, that's your Buy American Act. And I have never criticized that because I understood where it's coming from. So there will not be Buy European Act similar or mirroring the Buy American Act. But of course, because of the economy of scale and because of the security of supply and because of inputs into our own economies, there will be push for the American companies to do the same, to relocate production, to transfer technology, and to do business directly in Europe. And I think it is helpful because at the end it will be linking the business and the economy together, and it will help the interoperability forces because it will defragment, or it will not be so fragmented, the space, and those are good trends, and we have to support them. So we have to, as we are encouraging Czech business investing into the US and investing here in Texas, we do encourage also American business to invest in Europe, to be present in Europe, to make the products more European for the political reasons, economic reasons, security of supply reasons, and then to look into Czech Republic as a gateway into Europe, and not to look into the Czech Republic as a country of 10 million people and army of 25,000 soldiers. And if you look at that it's an industrial powerhouse of Europe now, the most industrialized country in Europe, or where the industry is producing the most share of the GDP from the European countries, then it gets an advantage to invest and then to work together.
Yeah, that's great. And, you know, the Czech Republic has always been one of the innovators, right? Even before it joins the European Union, it has always been innovative in its sort of industrial policies, even when it was part of the previous economic system. So how do we see, you know, sort of not just the Czech Republic, but how do we see this sort of playing out in terms of the connections, the interoperability questions, not just the material, right, and the sort of hardware, but from a policy space? Interoperability takes place at many levels, right? It's not just a hardware kind of thing. So Elizabeth, how can we improve interoperability between, you know, transatlantic interoperability at the sort of very high levels?
Trust and dialogue. I mean, that's fundamentally where we are. We have extraordinary relations, deep ties with countries in Europe, including Czechia. The idea is how do we build on that? And I think really it isn't just, you know, the hardware. It's, as we've been talking about, what's the technology next? Are we cooperating, and you guys will laugh, at AI? Are we looking at cyber defenses? Are we sharing information and really doing interoperability on the next war? And, you know, I hear what the ambassador says, we don't want to fight the Star Wars that will never exist, but what we're seeing is conflicts emerge all the time, and the type of warfare that we're fighting is emerging all the time. So how are we building on that dialogue? We have apparatus. You know, we have systems that have existed for 70 years where we can have these conversations. We just need to be transparent and look at the threat that we're facing now, but also the threat to come.
And Jason, I wonder if you might speak about that from your end as well.
Sure. So I think as interoperability is a big challenge. It just is. And I think as technology continues to, you know, press the envelope of capability, that challenge becomes even greater. But to the ambassador's point, it also provides an opportunity to come together to have a more, you know, cohesive plan forward. And frankly, I don't see, at least from my seat, I don't see enough, you know, forums that exist for industry and government, transatlantic I'm talking about, to come together to talk about these things. And what I see is a lot of fragmentation, not just in terms of, you know, production capability, but in technology development. And, you know, every company, every country is building their own, you know, new, whiz-bang product, and that doesn't necessarily get shared for, one reason or the other, and those could be good reasons. But, to have a true interoperable, defense force, transatlantic defense force between the U.S. and all the countries of Europe, that is a complicated problem. And I don't think that there is enough of that dialogue that happens to properly, get ahead of that before it becomes a challenge that's not able to be overcome.
I love all three of these answers. I love all the answers for all the questions because you're all speaking about the same thing, but from different perspectives. I'm going to switch up the order a little bit here rather than going to the ambassador every single time. And I'm going to talk about this notion of accelerating the product cycle, right? We're seeing this play out, especially, in Ukraine, we're seeing it play out now. If you've been following the news, it's been made public that the United States is using reverse-engineered Shahed drones against Iran itself, right? I mean, with our Lucas program, right? There's lots of really interesting things that we may be starting to learn, right, in terms of accelerating the product cycle. So, Jason, I'm going to give you first chance to talk about this. How are you handling this, or what are you all doing to make that happen so that we can avoid the bottlenecks that we've been facing now for the last generation?
Well, thanks for the question. It's a great one. And more importantly, than what we're doing, I think it's what, this administration is doing. When you look at Secretary of War Pete Hegseth's acquisition reform strategy, it is all about speed. It's speed of getting capability to the warfighter. And that is a tremendous opportunity for anyone looking to get into this space. It is rooted in breaking down, the monopolies, the duopolies of, the current, defense industrial base and the players, and it's giving opportunities for new players to come in with new technology, leveraging commercially available technology to be brought into this space. And I think never before, at least in my 25 years of experience, has there ever been a bigger opportunity for either innovators in the commercial space to pivot into the defense space in order to meet that challenge, in order to meet that that speed to market. And I think what the acquisition community within the DOW is doing is working to break down the barriers that existed before in trying to bring those new concepts and those new capabilities to get to the warfighter as quickly as possible. And that, that to me is the right way of doing it. And I think it's one that's going to prove successful if that commitment is continued.
And it's a significant challenge. Those
sure
barriers exist for a reason. They didn't just emerge, right? So, Elizabeth, I wonder if you might speak about how you see, what's your perspective on this particular?
I mean, I think that's exactly right. What you see is an opening of the space away from the primes where innovation can come up. And especially as warfare evolves, that's what is needed. But broadening it out, I think one of the conversations that needs to happen is what is Europe doing? What are our allies also doing in that space? As the United States reforms its acquisition process, as the United States invests and really puts our money where our mouth is to ensure that, as you said, the warfighter has the technology to fight today and tomorrow's battles, how are we also working with our allies and partners to ensure that that same project is moving forward to them and to maintain the interoperability? Because that's a threat. We don't want to be diverging paths and then end up where we were decades ago.
And Ambassador, I wonder if you might speak to that question.
I think that there has been a mindset change in many European countries, maybe not in all, but in many, regarding the acquisition cycle and regarding into how you look into the procurement and how you experiment and how fast you can really act. And there are great examples that cycle, especially in some cases, it's much faster faster than what it used to be, and nobody would predict that like 5 years ago. Yeah. The real change in Europe has been the Putin's attack on Kiev 4 years ago, and the realization that the war is near and what everything is needed and how unprepared we are. So there has been also change on the level of the European Union with a simplification process, which is not that simple, but it is still getting in the right direction. And then it has to be imported into every national legal system. But many countries did go further. And the need which was created by this war, then it really pushed decision makers to decide and to move forward. And they did do steps which they would argue, the same people would argue a few months or years before that it's impossible, it's illegal, it cannot be. And then they did it, and nothing has happened, but that it proved to be the right decision and that it works. So it needs courage and it needs really competition, because competition is crucial and it's important. Again, sometimes competition goes against the interoperability of the systems, but you have to get the right balance. But the competition is a key success, and those who risk, those who put forward their own money, those who invest without having all those orders signed and all those prepayments, then they are sometimes the winners. And we do see that now on the changing landscape of European companies, European defense companies, and I think it's probably the trend here as well, that those who did see the opportunity and those who did predict that there will be market for their products, and they didn't wait and they have invested. So even that it takes 18 months to get the production line set up, then if you start, then and if you are fast, then you can really start delivering in 18 months, and then you will get the contracts. If there is a need for ammunition, there will be need for ammunition in 10 years to come. So this competitiveness and the deregulation and speeding the processes is really important. And I think that we do have very good and very successful examples of the last few years, and we will have more examples to come where we can say that it works, and we should learn from those successful and positive examples, and we should not be blocking them.
Yeah, and I'd like to share one of those examples. So MSM North America, we started this, we're a subsidiary of CSG, and we started the company January 1st of 2025. We learned about an opportunity in that same month, January 17th, about a decision by the Army to rebuild its own organic explosive loading facility. They call it the Future Artillery Complex. And so we learned about the opportunity on the 17th of January. A proposal that we built and we pulled a team together was submitted on April the 30th of last year.
Warp speed.
By May 17th, I received a call from the JPEO of that organization within the Army that we had been selected for award. And by August 15th, we were under contract with a $635 million 4-year program to design, construct, and commission one of the Army's most strategic organic capabilities. And so that, for any of you that understand or know, Department of Defense acquisition, that is absolutely light speed. And so it can happen. We're a Czech-owned company receiving a contract to do what is one of the more strategic, national capabilities for the U.S. Army. So the willingness is there, the willingness to move fast, the willingness to remove barriers is there with this current administration, and we're an example of their willingness to do that.
Yeah, and that's a great empirical example of some of these real-world changes that are taking place, kind of behind the scenes if you're not looking.
No,
Ambassador,
I will give another example. It's an example from Ukraine about the interoperability. Yes. If we look into the Ukrainian battlefield, and if we look how many different artillery systems and battle tanks and APCs and electronic warfare systems and air defense systems have been delivered to Ukraine. Ukrainians using their old Soviet systems and then getting the more modern systems, etc. So many different systems which again, 5 years ago, we would argue in Europe that they cannot work together, that the ammunition cannot work together, etc. And they have mastered that, and they have put it together with, of course, the help of the producers and help of the others, but they have done it together, and it works quite well. They have also shown what is a better system than the other system, and or for what scenario some system is better than the other. So it's a great learning experience, but it's also an example that it is possible to integrate some systems together and to have them working side by side simultaneously, something what was not envisioned before. And if there is a necessity, then the necessity pushes you to improvise and then to make those systems working together. So maybe it's not ideal and it's not perfect, but at the same time, if you look at it from the supply chain point of view, then you have many sources, and so if some system doesn't work, or if you don't have spare parts for one system, then you can get it for the other system. So you have more flexibility. And this is then again balancing the supply needs and the economics of the fight.
I mean, it's a great example of how the transatlantic relationship could work. I mean, someone's grabbing those lessons learned. Someone is saying, you know, it isn't an abstract thing. This is battlefield-tested knowledge sharing and adaptation. So the idea is how does the United States, as well as our allies and partners, as well as the military alliance, you know, take that information and then share it, to your point, with the defense industrial base, both in the United States and in Europe, and say, we can do better.
You know, that is a really great pivot to, as we start to think about wrapping up this particular panel, I'd like to elevate the discussion up a level from the operational, where we're talking about interoperability, where we're talking about adaptation, where we're talking about lessons learned, up to the strategic and maybe even the geostrategic, right? The very high levels about transatlantic cooperation, broadly speaking. We kind of started with this, but I'd like to get, you know, your perspectives. We talk a lot about we used the word trust earlier on, right? That relationships are built on trust, that trust is easily lost, hard-earned, easily lost. How do we, as two major powers, the United States and Europe, right, you know, sort of in a geostrategic power competition, right? How do we work together to make sure that we're pulling in the same direction? You know, I'd just love to get your take on that, and it can be really any answer that you've got, but I would love to hear some of your thoughts on that. And Ambassador, would you like to start us off?
Well, as Elizabeth was saying, I think we have to talk to each other. That's the first premise.
Right.
And we have to talk about our differences. We have to talk about our different ideas, and we have to talk to each other. And I think be sure at the end that it's better for both to work together than not to work together, or than to work against each other. And if we do talk, then we can do things together, and by that we can gain more mutual trust, and we can keep the bonds together. But at the end, we must always remind ourselves that we have to be renewing that trust nonstop, and that we have to be really renewing and transforming the transatlantic alliance and the partnership again and again. Otherwise, if we would take it for granted, that it wouldn't work. And in this sense, I'm quite optimistic that it will work, but it needs everyday nurturing. So otherwise, it will be more bumpy. And we also should learn from our previous mistakes and from the times when it did not work so well. So I think that just to mention what I mean, I think that the really low point of the trust and the low point of the transatlantic relations was at the time when US did cut the intelligence sharing to Ukrainians. And fortunately, it lasted only a few days. days. But it was the point when really everyone was questioning, okay, if this can be done to Ukrainians, it can be done tomorrow to us as well, no matter who the us is, okay? And I tend to be optimistic that this was also that the vibrations coming out of that they were understood on both sides of the Atlantic, and that that we have restarted our more intense dialogue about these issues, which I hope that then the bonds will be really capped, because at the end it is mutually beneficial for our economies and for our defense and security and for our freedom.
Mm-hmm. Excellent point.
I would echo everything the ambassador said, and I was talking with Ambassador Fried, who was on a panel earlier, and he was talking about sort of the long road of the transatlantic relationship and the ups and downs of it. And it just reminds me how important it is to continue to renew that. You know, we have students in the audience today who it's wonderful to see, because they may not recall 9/11. They may not recall when President Bush, for example, was in office, but they see what's happening now. And I think the fundamental value of the transatlantic relationship is our shared values. Not only our shared values, but our trust in each other to hold to those shared values. Democracy, freedoms, the ability to change and to evolve. And so I think that reinvestment in the transatlantic relationship is really going to be the saving grace of all of us. And it's going to be for the young people in the audience who see it and say, you know what, it's a big, flashy world. You've got BRICS one day, you've got the PRC the next, you've got a lot of potential partners. The transatlantic relationship and the shared values we have, that's the groundwork of all of it.
Great.
Yeah, I would just say that, a well-coordinated transatlantic relationship and strategy is an absolute differentiator, when it comes to national defense, both for the European side and for the US side. And both sides need to come to that realization. I think everybody does realize that, but the challenge of achieving it is always, that's where the real focus has to be. And I'm not qualified to talk on policy or national strategy or anything like that. But one thing that I think that could be improved would be a greater involvement of industry in these discussions. A lot of these dialogues are happening at the government official level, and there is no industry involvement in that. And I think industry brings a very different perspective to that discussion, a very pragmatic discussion or perspective, and a perspective that's rooted in reality of these decisions and what comes from them. And so, to the extent we could involve industry more, I think that would also tend to help on that relationship.
Well, and your Exhibit A, you're sitting here with, and we're having this conversation at a lot of different levels, and this is where we stop right now. And I'm going to throw this out to the audience. I'd love to get some audience participation for our last 10 minutes and maybe ask, if you've got a question, I'd throw it out to you all. But I want to, before we do that, I want to make sure that anybody up here, everybody okay with that in terms of getting some audience participation here? So, anybody? Yes, sir.
You need to wait for a microphone so they can hear.
Cannot. Yeah. I threw a curveball at the AV folks. Sorry. Microphone is on its way. There you go.
Due to the dynamics of what's been going on with our relationships, and we know there's been some fracturing in it, where do you all see encouragement in terms of improving what we can do to improve those relationships, and what you see taking place going forward compared to what we're doing to try to disassociate that relationship?
I could start. I think Secretary Rubio's remarks at Munich really encapsulated where the relationship could go. A very frank, honest conversation with our Euro partners, to take a look that it is a partnership where there is going to be give and take. geopolitics aren't easy. Fundamentally, they're not easy, but they're a lot easier when you sit down and you talk. And you're honest and you highlight the differences, but you keep that shared values always at the base, because that's not something that any of our countries can throw away. So the idea is, you know, take a look at the path forward, have the conversation, and then, you know, come to conclusions that everyone can agree with, and then walk it together.
And I also think actions speak louder than words. And I think, you know, when you look at what's going on in Europe right now, there is definitely more investment in their own, you know, national defense and defense industrial base. And I think that was one of the, you know, the roots of, you know, some of this fracturing is, you know, the lack of investment in Europe over the last 30 years. And that's certainly changing. And I think as those investments start to come to fruition and those capabilities get built, I think that's going to start to bring back the two organizations and the two entities to rebuild that relationship. Not that it's, you know, in a terrible place, but to bring it back to where it can be.
And again, I think we should listen to each other, and we should try to find what is uniting us, and be aware of those issues and ideas which are not so much uniting us, or where we have the differences. And I was in Munich this year, and I was in Munich last year. And this year I was there as a private citizen, and last year I was there as a governmental official. And I must say that I did read, I did listen to, and I did read again afterwards what J.D. Vance was saying. And yes, there were parts which I didn't agree with. But there were many parts which I did agree with. And there were many parts which were legitimate. Even if I didn't agree, or I saw it slightly different, that it was a legitimate opinion of someone like speaking. And the problem is that we put everything into one basket. Also, this is wrong, and this is right, and this we don't like, and this we like. And we should more look under the surface, and we should more look into what is being said, and what is there, and how we can work with those ideas, and how we can say, okay, listen, here we can go together, and here it's going to be more difficult, and here it's impossible, and it's fine. But if we just say that we dismiss everything, then it's not the way forward. And again, I think that Europeans should, of course, they liked much more Secretary Rubio's speech this year, and it was good that it was a conciliatory speech, etc., and it was fine and perfect. But I think that they should read again what J.D. Vance was saying a year ago and 2 years ago in Munich. And if they read it, and maybe if they don't see that J.D. Vance is the author of that speech, if they read it and if they think about it, then maybe they would come to the conclusion that not everything is completely wrong there, and that there are some items and some issues which are relevant and which we should take seriously.
You know, one of the reasons we are hosting this conference at a university is for exactly that, right? Difficult dialogues. We pride ourselves here at the University of Texas at Austin in encouraging everyone to express their opinions, and to do so in a way that moves and advances conversations forward, right? And I think we have found that common ground here. We have had some really great points raised. I appreciate the really thoughtful answers to the questions. They're not the easiest questions. Yeah, they were a little broad every once in a while, but that was the point of starting this particular conference off. I want to make sure to thank all three of you for being so generous with your time, your expertise, and your opinions. They were all very much appreciated from my perspective, and I'm sure I speak for the audience when I say the same thing, audience both in person and online. We are going to transition. We have I can't read. I mean, this is what happens when we do these sorts of things. Please announce a coffee break. Well, I have the great pleasure of announcing a coffee break, which is going to be great for everybody. So yes, we've got some time. Please, we have refreshments available for you. Thank you for your attention. Thanks for the question. Thank you. Thank you all.
presentation, but I'm not sure
Yes.
if it's some screen.
Yes, I
because
moved it away.
yes,
They're going to
yes.
come set it up now.
Excellent.
And then I
Excellent.
think,
So for the slides.
yes. Sorry, I asked them to move the computer so that the
Yeah, of course.
ambassador could put his remarks down.
That's fine. Do you need to see the slides? Because will you be presenting from here or over there?
I think that initially I will make a presentation from here, and afterwards I sit and we will make a discussion
With the slides, or is the slides here or there?
Better here, because
Okay.
if you have
Yeah.
a computer
Yes.
here, I will see
Easier to
them.
click
Yeah,
through.
Perfect.
yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
Okay, that's what we'll do.
Okay, perfect.
And when is that? Is that
That's 11:30.
11:30?
So I think
it's a nice mix. Like some of the students, there are some students, but there are also the Czech companies that came, and then some American partners who came. So it's a mix. I love it. But then you're heading back, right? You're not staying around?
Yes.
Are you?
Yes.
Okay. Otherwise. Okay, no one is coming. Okay. Hello, welcome everyone, and thanks for coming back after the break. My name is Berta Jersova. I'm the cyber attaché from the National Cyber Information Security Agency of the Czech Republic, based in Washington, D.C., where I cover a cooperation with the United States and Canada. And I'm here with M. Landon, the Vice Chief of the Texas Cyber Command. And to start this session, I would like to first thank Jagello and Atlantic Council and all the sponsors for supporting the idea to include one of the blocks on cybersecurity cooperation, because it's not only one of the areas where we have a long-term cooperation between Czech Republic and the state of Texas, but also future plans to grow this cooperation. So it's really a strategic area for both Texas and the Czech Republic. And this morning, the ambassador of the Czech Republic, Mr. Stashek, mentioned the signing of the agreement between Texas and the Czech Republic, and cybersecurity cooperation is actually included in that agreement as one of the strategic priorities. Now, to begin, I think there are three main things we share. The first one is, when you look at the Czech Republic in 2014, we have been the first, or one of the first EU countries to actually establish a national cybersecurity agency, a dedicated body for cybersecurity, well before the EU legislation told us to do so. And in the same way, Texas is the very first state to actually establish a national Texas Cyber Command dedicated to cyber security and cyber defense. And there is no other organization like this across United States. Second, I think we also share the passion and the ambition when it comes to cybersecurity industry. When you look at Texas, you're home to big US companies such as CrowdStrike or Cloudflare, who have their HQs here. And in the same way, Czech Republic is home to Avast, a cybersecurity company now called Gen Digital, that actually has a large presence in the state of Texas as well. And last but not least, we are committed to both resilience and defense in cyberspace. And as we have heard today also, there is an agreement between the National Guard of Texas and the Czech Armed Forces, and cyber defense is part of that cooperation. And I think an illustration of that is that the Texas Cyber Command people actually just came back from the city of Brno in the Czech Republic, where they had a joint cyber exercise last week. So this is something also we're gonna talk about. So I'm happy to have you here, but to kick it off, let's take a step back. The Texas Cyber Command was established just last June. So you're the only organization of this kind in the United States. So what led you to the establishment of the Texas Cyber Command? What was the main idea, the main reason, and what is your key mission?
Yes, thank you. Texas Cyber Command is very grateful for the invitation and grateful to be here. So Texas Cyber Command was established this past session, and it was a governor's emergency item as part of this past session legislation. One of the main impetus for this legislation was in 2019, there was a major cyber event and incident in Texas. This incident really kind of made us all take a step back and revisit and understand that there's been a fundamental shift and change into the cyber world and what threats look like now. And so part of this was trying to identify, adjust, adapt, and really then try to attack the challenge at hand. We realize that it's no longer a single cyber incident, but it is this, now these cyber threats have become a systemic risk in the system that are across different operational terrains. And so we had to, making sure that we had to address that they have a comprehensive vulnerability across different jurisdictions. Prior to the Texas Cyber Command, one of the issues that we saw was there was a fragmented response where each of the different government agencies were in charge of their own cybersecurity. The problem with that, and what the legislature made sure to address in this legislation, was that because of that you have a federated response that isn't consistent across the board. And so with this major 2019 incident, it was the idea of setting up a single operational hub to coordinate a response across that. And so we have with the Cyber Command, one of our primary focuses is to be that central hub, to become the central intelligence, making sure that we're sharing that intelligence across the board, across these different jurisdictions, across these different state agencies, making sure that we are establishing baseline best practices across the board. So state agencies, government, education are prepared and aware of what they need to be. And then finally, the last piece that we've seen that's been one of our focus and our main points is really shifting this posture of reactive to proactive. Across the board, and even in our legislation, Texas Cyber Command's mission is to respond. Moving forward in our long-term mission is really to shift that and try to prevent and to make sure that we are educating those across the state, Texas as across the state, but also just the Texans, to realize what can we do to better protect ourselves and to build that cyber shield that that's so important. And so the Texas Cyber Command, I think, is an illustration of this kind of codification and an understanding that cybersecurity is now a core component of public safety, education, governmental continuity, because once you've had a significant incident that is now touching critical infrastructure, there has to be a pivot, there has to be a shift. And Texas, with this past legislation, has said, we're here to meet that challenge, and we're taking the charge and eager to really set pace and outpace the adversaries, which is a new stance that we haven't had before.
Great, thank you so much. And you mentioned all of the components of prevention, detection, response, but also I think deterrence is an important word in today's context. So when we look at the threat landscape from the Czech point of view, like the Deputy Prime Minister mentioned it this morning, both China and Russia are threats to us, and that applies to cyberspace as well. It's something China is a more long-term threat from a cyber point of view, but Russia is more immediate. Being based in Washington, D.C., a lot of the other state actors are being mentioned, most recently Iran. So how do you see the threat landscape evolving? What kind of threats are you actually facing here in Texas, and what are you responding to?
Yes. So Texas, being kind of the landscape of Texas, being the 8th largest economy in the world, we are dependent on cyberspace, but that also makes us extremely vulnerable across the board with that total dependence on cyberspace. We are currently in an active threat, and therefore we are uncomfortably reactive specifically at this moment. There is an awareness that cyber threat actors do not respect geographic boundaries, and so we understand that. And the best way to really arm ourselves in this posture, in this approach, is with trusted partners like the Czech Republic. But we need to make sure that we are facilitating, exchanging that information, making sure that again we are trying to outpace these adversaries who are leveraging advances in technology and different operations. And so when I think of threat is a combination of who's a threat to, how is it a threat, and by whom. So really understanding these different components of what is the threat actually look like. And I think another important piece is there is an immediate urgent threat that can be happen so quickly and instantaneously and immediate. But there's also this long-term threat that we are seeing where lots of different adversaries are kind of long-standing, just embedding themselves into these different structures. And so we have to balance both at the same time with this, which is challenging, and making sure that we are eradicating and pulling out and extricating these bad actors who have somehow embedded themselves in different systems, finding them, identifying them, pulling them out, and then making sure that we are deterring them from ever coming back. And so we see that these threat actors are globally connected across the board. With private industry as well being so connected, I think this just makes the challenge of cybersecurity so important, but also extremely complex. And so you just have to kind of take that complexity and making sure that you are identifying current and yet long-term at the same time.
Great, thank you for mentioning that. And you know, I think from like having that experience with almost 12 years, Nokia being actually in the Czech Republic, like you cannot do it alone as an agency, right?
Absolutely.
Like you need, these threats are typically targeted against the critical infrastructure, strategic components or strategic companies from a national security point of view. So at least from like, being based in Europe, regulation actually makes it easier. Regulation is part of our approach to cybersecurity. Cyber incident reporting is mandatory in the Czech Republic, so we have critical infrastructure and different sectors that actually have the obligation to report cyber incidents to us, and then that allows us to have a certain level of visibility into the threats and what is going on and how to respond to them. Now I know the case of Texas Cyber Command is a little bit different, and the model is different. So can you take us a little bit through how do you want to work with critical infrastructure in the state of Texas and the different sectors that are being most targeted?
That's a great question. So yes, it is a little bit different approach because these private sectors are within the critical infrastructure. Partnerships are so important, and not just partnerships, but trusted partnerships. It is a key imperative that we are trying to establish in really developing these partnerships across the board. Just a couple days ago, it was very important that we're having these conversations and we're getting calls from Public Utility Commission and ERCOT when they're seeing things. The key that we are seeing is you have to have for lack of a better term, but a carrot and a stick. You have this kind of enforcement process of you must report information. Now, we all probably in this room know, even if you have this requirement of reporting, that doesn't often happen. And often, if people are coerced to report, you're not necessarily kind of getting the type of response or engagement as you want. And so we're really trying to flip that model and have it be a voluntary response, but a response where we are understanding that with a collaborative approach, that's how we can become stronger and faster and better across the board. And it is this bi-directional, if not cross-directional, share of information and intelligence. And because of that, that sharing, that collaboration, with private entities as well, we are able to expedite the response and work together and fill in the holes that maybe we're seeing. And often, I think with this collaboration piece, with having these developing these partnerships, often what we're seeing is we're then able to really start kind of taking that proactive approach that we talked about, where maybe what we're seeing are simple breadcrumbs that aren't leading to the whole picture, but when you have a joint kind of force attacking it with people who want to be engaged to make sure that we can, outpace those who are coming after us, we're able to build a stronger defense before it becomes a problem. And so really taking this collaborative partnership approach has been really integral. in our legislation and kind of what the Texas Cyber Command, our mantra is, we are here to secure, protect, prevent, defend. Now, with the prevention part, I think a big piece of that is also education. If we can educate those around us, the whole kind of ecosystem within Texas, then we're able to all build those preventions, which help us comprehensively across the board. I think what is a big piece and what we're really trying to tackle is it is this extensive network that is all interrelated. And if we continue to work siloed, we will not get there, and we will continue to be outpaced by those who are bad actors. And so getting people on the same mission and the same rhythm is how we get there. And so it requires a lot of finesse, but I think one of the things that the Texas Cyber Command is really eager to do and to show with this legislation is we want to make sure that we are showing value to our private partners, to our governmental entities, to our academic partners as well. We want to make sure that it is not another governmental arm that seems to be taking more than giving and providing value to those. And so not until we're able to really show that value, to show that worth, I think that we're going to get that, that opportunity and optimize and leverage those relationships as much as we could.
Great. You mentioned academic excellence and education. I really like that because just this morning we spent with some colleagues discussing with the students here different career paths, etc. And you know, cybersecurity is not about computers; it's about people. You actually need people who solve the issues, and workforce is a big topic and a big part of any kind of mission and ambition in cybersecurity. So I know you have been stood up just in June, and the team is slowly or fast growing. Can you tell us more about how do you want to cooperate, or how do you actually cooperate with universities, with research labs, etc.? Because when I visited San Antonio last fall, and you had me over at the Texas Cyber Command, we discussed also the opportunity to have a memorandum of understanding between UTSA, University of Texas San Antonio, and the Czech Technical University and the Brno Technology University. One of the MOUs is actually being now finalized, which is a great thing for the Czech-Texas partnership in cybersecurity. So how do you want to work with students, etc.? I know there are some students from UT here. If they're interested to join Cyber Command, how can they do that?
Yes, come talk to me after this. Let me give you a card. Yes, I think this development of a workforce, a pipeline, this education piece, it's an imperative, but also the differentiator with Texas Cyber Command. Building this workforce, building out this educational piece is really what will kind of separate us. My background, I am a law professor, and I really understand the importance of really starting from the ground up to really build these skill sets. So Texas Cyber Command's, even our construction is embedded within the academic landscape. And so, for example, in the legislation, we are partnered with UTSA. My office is on the UTSA campus. We are working with them and other universities in developing a digital forensic lab, which is one of our requirements in the statute. We are working with these national labs to really make sure that we are capitalizing and leveraging on these amazing innovations that they've been working on. You know, I think the key that we're trying to do with the Cyber Command, you'll hear this theme over and over again, is we are trying to amplify our effect through our partnerships. We understand that we are a small, nimble, agile agency, and we will not be able to kind of promote or propel ourselves through human capital. But what we can do is leverage those experts in the field and make sure that we are all working together. So we've tried to be audaciously and aggressively focused on developing those relationships and this academic piece. Additionally, we have within the, prior to even the Texas Cyber Command's creation, we have a interesting development which we call RSOCs, or the Regional Security Operations Centers. And these are housed within different universities currently in Texas. We have 3, but we're working to build out and expand that scope. What's really phenomenal and interesting about the RSOCs is currently they are these institutions educational hubs that are kind of pushing the boundaries of what we're doing with cybersecurity, but they are also handling within their umbrellas limited incident response teams. And so within their geographic locations, they can become and respond and help extend the communities for cyber-secured environment. So one of the things that we're looking to do is really expand that scope, leverage the links of these RSOCs who are working on, like I said, innovative and very strong technology that we haven't seen before. And then lastly, we are working on developing this workforce, this educational piece pipeline, not just higher academic, but we are talking about high school, middle school. A couple weekends ago, we went to the SA Cyber Cup, which is a competition ran by Cyber San Antonio, but a competition for high school students to show and kind of work on their cyber skills. When we're talking about cybersecurity, you look at a 7-year-old, even younger. Everyone has an iPhone, everyone has a tablet. We can be developing and establishing these best practices from a really low level. And so that's one of the things that we plan on doing. The Texas Cyber Command within its umbrella has something called the ISAO, or the Information Sharing and Analysis Organization. We're looking to expand that significantly and have that be a really important educational arm. Now, we only get there through developing this workforce. And so, yes, I echo the first thing I said, that anyone who's interested, we absolutely are looking for interns, we're looking for kind of partnerships, externships, all the above, but we really want to start aggressively in moving that needle forward.
Great to hear that. I mean, it's an ongoing process, right? It never ends, and you have to cultivate next generation cyber or any other kind of leaders. But going back to the cyber exercise that I mentioned, I really love the idea that you sent the team to the city of Brno last week, and they spent, I think, a week with the Czech Cyber Command, but also with the National Cyber Information Security Agency. They also had some bilateral meetings to discuss the cooperation. So, this whole conference is about resilience, and at least from the Czech side, international partnerships are key to that, to a collective resilience. But as you look ahead, like, what role does international cooperation and partnerships such as ours plays in what you actually do, and what are maybe some of the lessons learned from the joint exercise from last week?
Yes, I mean, I think this partnership is a perfect example. Secure, strong cyber defense is reliant and dependent on trusted partners. And I think with Texas and the Czech Republic, that trusted partnership is a perfect paradigm. This relationship that you were talking about, Berta, is with the National Guard or Texas Military Department, the Czech Republic, has been kind of in existence for over 30 years now, right? And so we, like you noted, we had one of our members just come back last week, Luke Rivera, and coming back, talking about the exercises, the lessons learned, the things that he was able to explore and do. And so all of that is this shared piece of knowledge and exercise that we're doing with partners across the state, across the world. Your two first questions really exemplify this need in particular, right? We are in a current kind of political conflict right now that is affecting all of us. How do we respond? We respond by working and collaborating and working together and sharing that intelligence. And we only do that. We know that cyber is not limited based on geography. And so we have to develop these strong partnerships, these strong relationships. I think we have to be the key and the challenge that we take it on as the Texas Cyber Command is taking those amazing lessons that our team has learned, and through this relationship and partnership, through these exercises, and making sure that we are retaining that knowledge and then implementing them. And so we want to make sure that we are pulling this in and building off of the experiences and exercises that are being created. But I think it's a really phenomenal example. The Czech Republic has been leader in this space and really a driver in these, seeing how far we can move and how far we can move together. And we need to be replicating those types of partnerships and relationships across the globe.
Great. I mean, from our point of view, the joint cyber exercises are really like a practical example of cooperation, where it allows you not only to bring the people together, they need to talk to each other, they need to like get to know each other. But it's also where you realize that you can be geographically distant, but cyberspace has no borders, and very often you have solutions maybe in Texas that we can apply actually in the Czech Republic and vice versa. And I think we also had some online consultations on very specific portals and methods that we actually use for detection with your team that could be replicated. So it's also about just learning from each other and not really reinventing what's already functional. But maybe staying with the corporation, and I would be curious to hear that, like being based in Washington, D.C., of course, the federal government is our main counterpart. So maybe if you could address or tell us more about how you do work with the federal government, just to follow up on the corporation side, you know, the cybersecurity agency or FBI and other partners, are they supporting in any way Texas Cyber Command? And how would you evaluate that cooperation?
Yes. My boss, the chief of the Cyber Command, is Admiral Chief White, and so his relationship and his time in the field has been instrumental in really building those relationships. I'll tell you that Texas is really integral for the DoD and DoW missions across the board, and so that exchange of information is really essential. And so, for example, the reason that my boss is not here is he's in DC really working and making sure and having those discussions and those relationships. We are actively working with the FBI, like I said, with the NSA, with DoD and DoW. We have to have that piece for Texas Cyber Command to work. As we noted and kind of said in this theme, we have to be pulling in this information, but we also need to make sure, one of the things that we're really trying to propel and promote is that we can also provide value and information back to the different federal agencies to help them be better at their job. I think CISA's current stance and state is an opportunity for Texas Cyber Command to really step in and to take ownership of this space, and that's what we want to do. Like you noted, Berta, we are small at this point, building out our agency, but I think that we are trying to ensure that we are developing this talent pipeline, developing and building out a really strong singular command center so we can respond as things come up, but also be a part of the discussion and at the table in DC when we're talking about how best to build these networks and how best can we work on piloting different programs. So we've tried to be really present and proactive in those discussions.
And I mean, we forgot to mention that, but San Antonio is actually called the cyber city of the USA, and I think that's actually a good brand for you. And you have the whole ecosystem, like aside of the Cyber Command, you also have the NSA Cryptologic Center that is in San Antonio. You have the Cyber Center for the Air Force that is there. So a lot of the institutions, a lot of companies, etc. But last question would be, you know, looking ahead, and I know you or Chief White mentioned it somewhere, like, did you see other states calling you, being like, hey, we want also to set up a cyber command, like, and do you want to serve as an example for other states to set up their own cyber commands? And what is the kind of like the end goal that you are trying to achieve, or is it a process?
Yes, yes, and yes. You know, I think, like I said, I think the current situation with CISA, I think that there's, and where we are on the federal front, I think that the scope and focus is at states. Well, how are they going to respond? What are they going to do? And so we are getting a lot of conversations from different states of saying, what have you done? What are you going to do? How can we partner with you? Like I noted, Chief White was one of the original inaugural members of US Cybercom, and so pulling in those lessons of how to build a similar unit, but with the infrastructure that we have in Texas. You know, I think for where we see ourselves moving, I think we have a short-term time frame, and we also have a longer-term time frame. It is a process, right? We are trying to make sure that cyber threats are continuously evolving as we go, and we must evolve our defenses. We do that by, I think, first our immediate focus as these next 10 months is really standing up this agency, making sure that we are really accelerating our intelligence sharing capabilities, making sure that we are amplifying our incident response abilities, and then being able to allow and develop these partnerships to have that information move seamlessly throughout different organizations. We're also working to ensure that Texas governmental agencies are equipped and ready and know that they have the security and support of Texas Cyber Command. And then making sure that we had said that our critical infrastructure partners also know that we are there and we are working to build a tighter shield across the board. I think strengthening this collaboration piece is really important, but for short term, I think my focus and kind of my policy background is making sure that we are also sticking within the limitations of what we've been told and charged with in the legislation. So Texas Government Code 2063 really outlines 13 requirements of what the Texas Cyber Command has to do. And so my goal and focus is this next sprint prior to Texas' next legislative session in next January is making sure that I have an answer for all of those 13 things that we have done. So some of the pieces are critical. We have a cyber threat intelligence center that we're required to build, a digital forensic lab that we're required to build, building out a unified cyber task force, building out the ISAL further. So we have really articulated elements that we have to achieve. But I think we have a good plan, we have a good runway, we have excellent, amazing partners to make it possible.
And we look forward to being a part of that story as you go further. And thanks for joining us, and thanks for coming from San Antonio. And I would like to invite Jörn Fleck to the stage, who is the moderator of the next panel.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Berta and Em, for that great conversation. We're now continuing the series of spotlight conversations here at the RISE Dialogue. So my name is Jörn Fleck. I'm the Senior Director of the Europe Center at the Atlantic Council. And I'm delighted to moderate this next conversation on exemplifying Allied support in times of disaster. We'll look at a very practical example or set of examples of what this transatlantic partnership that we always talk about or all too often talk about in abstract and in policy terms can really provide for and deliver for citizens and communities on both sides of the Atlantic, especially in times of dire need. And to talk about that, I'm delighted to welcome General Vladimír Vilček, the Director General of the Fire Rescue Service of the Czech Republic. A warm welcome, General. And the General will give us a short presentation on what he oversees and what the Fire Service of the Czech Republic does. And then we'll get into a conversation of some more practical examples. So over to you, General.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, and thank you to organizers for inviting me. So first of all, I would like to use such time to slightly introduce you how do we work in a fire rescue system in the Czech Republic as well in Europe. What's quite important say that, okay, Czech Republic is, regarding to the population, not such big like Texas or even US, but we have a totally 11 million inhabitants roughly. And from that number, it's, I would say, 1 million people from abroad, it means foreigners. And Czech Republic is divided into the 14 regions. Each region has got their own regional fire rescue service, fire rescue brigade, and we have a HQ, headquarters, which belongs to Ministry of Interior. What we do everything as every fire or fire rescue service over the world, but as well we are responsible for civil protection, public warning, and as well for some prevention measures like state fire supervision. If you ask me, as yesterday some of you did, how many firefighters do we have in the Czech Republic, I would say in total 92,000 firefighters in the Czech Republic, which is 3 times more than Czech military, 2 times more than the Czech police force. Why? Because we have a combination of full-time forces, part-time forces, and volunteers. In total, we have 80,000 volunteers in the Czech Republic in 6,500 stations. So you can see some pictures what we do, not only, as I said, forest firefighting or standard firefighting, but as well road traffic collisions and CBRN and so on. That's some statistical figures. You can see that in year 2024, so we had more than 200,000 interventions. If I can compare system with US, we don't do EMS, emergency medical system, emergency medical service. We have an extra organization for that, but we participate on some, let's say, paramedic works. Why we had such high figure in 2024? Because we had a floods. I will speak about it later on. Union Civil Protection Mechanism is something which was established roughly 20 years ago for the cooperation between European countries in case of big disaster. On these slides, you can see that in total, for the time being, we have 37 countries who participating on that system. Not only regular members of EU, but as well 10 other countries from north to east up to the Ukraine as well. Within this system is set up. We call ERCC, is Emergency Response Coordination Center, working 24/7, and this center coordinates incoming and requesting assistance within not only European Union, but as well worldwide. And regarding this center, so we have a possibility to have information which are sharing about possibility what every state, every participating state can offer. You can look, and that's a loop. How does it work? Firstly, it depends on the request for the assistance of the affected country, which coming to the through this system to each participating country, and afterwards it's up to them if they accept or if they respond or not. We have 3 different levels. One is national capacities, which are up to each state design for the assistance. Afterwards, we have a European civil protection pool, which means that some of the capacities are co-financed from the European Union. And on the top, we have a rescue, which means that some of the capacities are fully financed from the European Union. You can see different 21 modules which are designed in Europe, and those who are in yellow we have in the Czech Republic. You can see as well some picture about the protection pool. As I said, some of those capacities are co-financed from the European Union. You can see on this map how many countries are involved in such system. And I would say that especially regarding the USAR activities, Europe is much more frequently covered with those teams. That's something what we just built in the Czech Republic, is special rescue capacities for forest firefighting. We have an idea to build a fleet which finally should compose from 6 helicopters. And for the time being, European Union financed 2 of them, and we are still waiting for some national budget and national resources. In the Czech Republic, it's quite similar, like in SADC, what I will talk about this later. We have some certified modules, certified teams, especially for USAR, for flood rescue by boats, for forest firefighting as well. We are in a process with the 2 teams, which means emergency medical team type 1, and for ground forest firefighting using vehicles. And we have as well some extra special modules. And as you know, Czech Republic is very known with the CBRN system for detection, monitoring, and sampling, and as well for high-capacity pumping. And sometimes we are able to set up ad hoc teams. If I look how does it work in some cases worldwide, under the United Nations is UN OCHA, which means United Nations Coordination Humanitarian Office, which is based in Geneva, and it was set up a system which is called INSARAG, International Search and Rescue Advisory Group, and we, the Czech Republic, we are part of this. It's mainly focused for earthquakes, for disaster, for collapsed buildings, and so on. And our team was a couple of times deployed. Our last deployment was in Turkey 3 years ago when we worked in Adiyaman, and we were quite fast because we have been on the scene roughly within 20 hours after the disaster. EADRCC is something which is another case for the cooperation between NATO member states. EADRCC is Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response Coordination Center, which is based in Brussels as well. But this role is more coordinating than operating, for the time being. It means ERCC, what I explained you a few minutes before, is much more flexible compared to this one. Few cases of the big disaster what we had in the Czech Republic. It was in 2022 when we had a big forest fire in Bohemia, Switzerland, which is part of the Czech Republic, which is bordering with Germany. In that time was affected area 1,100 hectares, and total operational area was 3,600 hectares. And in that time we were able to deploy more than 6,000 firefighters, including 400 firefighting vehicles for, let's say, 3 weeks. Another big disaster was last year when was a train accident who was carried more than 1,000 tons of benzene, and was really something absolutely outstanding and exceptional, and it took us couple of months to fulfill that situation, and nowadays we are still doing and cleaning water from that area. And we were able to deploy as well even our colleagues from Slovakia. Something about the Czech and the US or Texas bilateral cooperation in case of emergency. As I mentioned, floods. So one of our most horrible floods were in the Czech Republic is 2024. Affected area was 12 regions from 14. It means almost all the Czech Republic was covered. And I would say that critical phase took roughly 1 month, and we were able to deploy roughly 26,000 firefighters. And in this case, we use Texas National Guard, especially with Raptors. That was a really good example, because in that case, Raptor made a training in Poland, so they offer us their assets, we use it, and we use it for scanning our at least 4 regions in the Czech Republic. And it was a first usage in operation for, let's say, civil service, even in a security service in the Czech Republic, and they flew in altitude of 6,000 meters, and which were able to cover roughly area about 50 square kilometers. We have perfect images because we use Raptor for roughly 1 month for those 4 regions, and it's really perfect how the floods in that time went through. And finally, we use those images as well for GIS and for planning how we can rebuild our flooding dams and how we can protect our public against the next possible floods. Another example is floods in Texas. Last year, when we receive a request through Czech army, Czech military. It was quite fast because I received a phone call from the Deputy Chief of Staff that request came from the Texas National Guard if Czech military are able to assist Texas in that case, and unfortunately military is not prepared for this flooding situation, and they asked us. We said yes, and officially, for the practical point of view, I am a person who is responsible for the decision, but for the political decision, I have to ask Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Interior, which was a couple of minutes afterwards. It was a main problem, and it was transport, because we requested transport. For the time being, we don't have a capacity transport for our full team, so we had to compose ad hoc team, which was in 16 people, 4 canine, 4 drone operators, and it took us, this organization of transport, more or less 2 days. And it's something what we use for lesson learned for the future, because we have to be more flexible with the transport. But in this case, the transport was organized by the Texas side. So we work here in Texas for 10 days. I think that our assistance was very appreciated by Texas National Guard, but as well by people. What's added value from this deployment? It was a cooperation between US heavy UAVs and our Czech small UAVs, because we use UAVs for RECO, for assessment in many cases according to the activities, and I think that it was a good example of coordination of 2 different levels of this cooperation. So that's the end of my short introduction of the Czech system, European system, as well some initial information about the bilateral cooperation.
Thank you very much, General. You can take the near chair. Well, thank you for that great overview and for your service, General. I want to maybe start with where you ended and these tragic flash floodings last year over the July 4th weekend that killed 136 people, and too many of them, a number of them, younger children and teenagers. I know the audience is deeply aware of that loss and that tragedy. But maybe you can take us a little bit more into when you first heard of this disaster, when you started receiving the first request, and what was going through your head. You had the experience of the Texas National Guard having supported you in floods in the Czech Republic the year prior. What chain of preparations and steps did that set off, and how did you then deploy to Texas?
I would say it always depends which is the phase of the disaster. It means that we had the possibility to see on media what was happening, what was the progress regarding to the rescue operations. And when this request came through Czech army, through Czech military, it was a slightly different situation than the standard, because it was not regarding to the rescue, but to find out, to make assessment and try to find a body and recover them. That was something which is, let's say, secondary or next phase of the disaster. So that was a reason why, firstly, we had to clarify what should be our role with our Texas partners. And afterwards, we made a decision how big should be a team according to the transport and what kind of technical assets do we have for that work. But generally speaking, again, I would say that it was quite quick decision, and as well to set up a composition from our team, because plenty of rescuers and firefighters from the Czech Republic would like to be involved in that team. Not only because of Texas, not only because there is a quite strong former Czech community here, but as well because it's really part of our work, of our mission to help people, and as well in that case.
You spoke a little bit in the presentation about the main challenges of this mission. You mentioned transport. Can you talk a little bit more about what other challenges you faced? And you're quite used to European cooperation, but this was across the pond, so we're talking different distances and many other differences. So what were some of the challenges and lessons learned for you and your search and rescue teams?
Again, generally speaking, I would say that some of the nasty words in the past time was a cooperation between civilian or between security services and military. No, because each of those components work separately. For a couple of last years, especially after the aggression of Russia into the Ukraine, became nowadays cooperation is much more closer. So one of the big challenges for us was how do we cooperate, how do we work together with a different army, different military, because we, as a Czech fire service, we didn't have so many information about this. But finally, I think that we fulfill our task, and as I know, evaluation of our assistance here in Texas was rated quite high.
And maybe a last question on this specific example that connects with the state, with this community, is the reaction you got from Texas communities in response to your deployment?
I would say that the reaction was absolutely positive. I would like to thank you as well to Czech Embassy, because the Deputy Ambassador joined our team, and he was with our team, but as well I received plenty of emails and letters and so on that people from Texas were very appreciated with our assistance. It was not only presented as a solidarity, but as well as a real help, real assistance to affected country. We tried to do it as well a couple years ago after the Hurricane Katrina, but in that time it was plenty of obstacles and so on. But I would say that this example is very good because it was fast and it was very efficient.
Switching a little bit and taking a step back, maybe, you've been involved since you took over as Director General in 2021 of the Fire Rescue Service. You've been involved in everything from managing the COVID response, the pandemic response, to managing the response to the migration flows after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February of 22. And natural disasters both at home and abroad. With that experience and perspective, and as we talk about resilience here, what are your main lessons and takeaways from your various experiences in terms of how in Europe and the Czech Republic, but also transatlantically, we should be thinking about civil preparedness, disaster response, and this resilience concept?
I would say that for the time being, resilience is a word which is resonated not only in the Czech Republic, but as well over the world, especially within the European Union as well. And if I can say generally, country is such strong regarding to the resilience as a strong is a weakest element, weakest point. Yeah, and we already evaluated in my country that we have to focus our activities to citizens, to individuals, because usually, especially from the past regime, people were introduced that state government is able to take care about themselves for all kind of emergency, all kind of cases. It's not true. It means we need to have assistance as well from individuals. So they have to be prepared. Nowadays is a system in Europe we call 72 hours at least for those first 3 days to be self-sufficient. We can see example from the Ukraine and as well nowadays from the Middle East that really those services which are not really military, but I mean police, EMS, fire service, are really crucial in case of the real conflict, real war, because we are working in our country, in our states, but on the other hand, army, military is on the border and working on a different task. So that's something what we have to discuss even regarding to the budget, regarding to the result from the last NATO meeting, and it's not so easy. As you heard today from our Deputy Vice Minister, but on the other hand, it's necessary to be prepared. And okay, we can discuss as well about not only cyber attacks, about the blackouts and other let's say modern problems or disasters when can occur anytime. And if our people will not be prepared, that means that our society will not work.
Do you have a systematic, since you mentioned Ukraine, do you have a systematic approach, or do you see you and your European colleagues developing a systematic approach to learning from your counterparts in Ukraine? I know that is an extreme example, but...
I would say yes and no. For the time being, is a very good cooperation between us and between state Ukraine Fire Service, because we send plenty of, let's say, materials and assets and fire trucks and so on. But on the other hand, for the lesson learned from the situation which is in current time, it still needs to have more time. It means more exchange of experience, exchange of expert, and situation in Ukraine is still on hold zone. So it means that they are really focused to have enough assets to be deployed. So probably for the future, this cooperation will be much more closer. But on the other hand, even in our training school, we had a couple of Ukrainian officers for the exchange of experience and for the learning how we do and how we work.
I want to come back to the, you mentioned the Union Civil Protection Mechanism, you mentioned the NATO mechanism. In terms of that cooperation, coordination mechanisms, what would you like to see change there and improve? Where would you put the priorities in terms of improving European and transatlantic cooperation in your field?
I think that quite crucial is that both sides, European Union as well as the NATO, should see that it's very important to make real cooperation, not only talk about it, because it was in the past time, but on the other hand, each of those, let's say, organizations worked absolutely separately. And if we are able to do it on the national level, even on bilateral case, on international level, they have to work as well on the level between NATO and European Union. It's not so easy. Definitely it's not so easy, but it's only way how we can be stronger and how we can be more efficient for the future.
I think that's a good word to end on. Right on time. We don't want to stand between you and our networking lunch, and I hope you will all join us for that lunch. Let me thank you again, General, for the presentation, for your insights, and for your service. Good luck in your mission, and we hope you will all join us for lunch and then be back here at 1 p.m. for the afternoon sessions, which promise to be a good discussion on the transatlantic partnership. Thank you very much, and see you back here very soon.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
to see you too.
I'll just take a pen if I need to make some notes.
So, can you be texting me on Signal or WhatsApp?
I trust no one will want to carry it.
Do you want to trade name tags, like a sporting event?
To get a pen, where did I put my pens? Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be in this hall, in this conference, with such an esteemed panel. Thank you for coming, and thank you, all of you in the room, and also the dozens of you who are watching us in the televised version. So it's a pleasure to be here. It's an honor on the 27th anniversary of Czechia, Poland, and Hungary joining NATO as the first former Central Eastern European countries from the former Warsaw Pact. Basically that's outlining what the transatlantic partnership could look like institutionally. Now we have an esteemed panel representing diverse institutions, diverse countries, the most important institutions you can find in DC, all gathered here in Austin. So it's great that you all took the time and not only are enjoying sun outside and the festival, which gave already some of us the relaxing mood, as I'm looking at Jan. No, I mean the other Jan. But we're gonna have some tough topics to discuss, but I have the impression that we will get out of it with an maybe optimistic outline for the future, what we could do together, and that it's not all burned as the color of, the favorite color of this institution is burnt orange. So we will definitely not be coming out of this room with a feeling of burnt future. That's what I'm sure of. Let me please introduce you to the panel, which is now beginning. Just give me a second. I have it prepared. We will start with very short introductions on behalf of all of the speakers. We have the institutions I've mentioned, the European Union, here represented by Ruth. We have the Embassy of Germany, represented by Jan, and the Embassy of Czech Republic, represented by Adrian. And then we have a Nestor of US diplomacy and a key figure in the organization of this event, Daniel. So Dan, thank you very much for being here with us. I will just throw the initial question: how does your institutions, how does your chair, where you're sitting at, look at the very turbulent year we just passed since the new Donald Trump administration took office? So what's changed over the last year in your job, in your perspective of the world? And let me begin with ladies first. Ruth, please.
Excellent. Thank you, and thanks a lot. And I'm thrilled to be on the podium. More than anything, with true transatlanticists, I would say. Two colleagues that I have with me in Washington. Ambassador Dan Fried is, I think, very much a staunch supporter of the EU-US relationship, and the colleagues here. So thanks a lot for having me. What's been the major cost of this year? I would say sleep, and sleep deficiency. So that's the major cost. But I think we are, from the EU perspective, I think we keep sort of the focus that the EU-US relationship is the biggest and most important relationship that the EU has. And I think there is a collective agreement together with the 27 member states that that we need to find a way how to have this relationship going on the right track, and certainly that there is, despite a number of differences, there's still a lot that we can find where there's a lot of space to work with the United States, at times with the White House, at times with the different secretaries, at times outside of Washington, at times with businesses, at times with universities. But I think the collective decision is that we will put all the effort to make this work. So, you know, we can't, because we can't, this is a relationship that even for Americans is very important. It comes in numbers of $2 trillion a year in terms of trade. It comes with millions of jobs. It comes with a shared history. I think if you go wherever you go in Europe, even I am from the small island of Malta. I grew up listening to the name of a ship called the SS Ohio. Why? Because the SS Ohio, which is a ship that was made in the United States, saved the island of Malta. And Malta would not be what it is today if this ship did not arrive on the 15th of August in the Second World War to bring the much needed food and fuel for the island to survive, and we would have succumbed to Nazi Germany and to Mussolini at the time. So there is a lot of gratitude across Europe, and a lot of feelings that, you know, came about also in support of post-September 11, that every day you speak about this, and there is no, I think, any any army or any country that would, in Europe, that would think that their defense would not be integrated with that of the United States, or buying United States weapons, which is more 50 or over 50% that is bought in Europe. So, you know, overall, I think these are all elements that bring us together, and despite everything that happened and the lack of sleep over the last year, I think that's what guides us, and that's what keeps us awake to work forwards.
No, it's definitely great to hear that the lack of sleep is not bringing a lot of emotions, but many of the deep ones remain, like the old memories from decades of ago. So I believe that this is an important point. Daniel, what do you see as the most important change of what we have been building together with many of us in this room for decades? What's changed, if something, over the past 1 year?
I tend to think of the Trump administration in two parts. On one level, President Trump has made a series of arguments which have a point. That is, Europe wasn't doing enough to provide for its own defense. Some countries in Europe were buying inexpensive Russian energy at the cost of security dependence. There was arguably a case that the EU was a master at high-minded language about trade, but less high-minded protectionism disguised well. We can argue about that, but there's at least a colorable argument on the part of the Trump administration, and many Democrats felt the same way. However, the second level of the Trump administration is to reflect an American tradition, not one of our best ones, of principled chilliness and sometimes animosity toward Europe, which dates back to the period we call isolationism, but really was a period of unilateral transactionalism, which ended in catastrophe. Our indifference to the rise of Hitler. You can say what you want about the British and French playing badly in Munich. Well, we didn't play at all. And there has been to say it, a lively debate in the Trump administration is to understate it. There has been a kind of behind the curtains war between Trump world Atlanticists who believe in the Transatlantic Alliance but want Europe to do more and contribute more and have a better deal on trade, but who are fundamentally transatlanticists, and those who are not, in principle. And that produces the lack of sleep. And that combined with a lack of institutional discipline and a maximum of ad hocery, which is not unique to this administration, but this administration does more of it than others. And you asked where my institution fits. Well, the Atlantic Council has been completely consistent with its own founding tradition, which is transatlanticism, a belief in the free world, and nonpartisanship. And we've maintained that, and I think fairly well under difficult circumstances. But you're also right that I'm not ultimately a pessimist, because the transatlantic relationship and the US-European relationship is not based on fatuous sentimentality, which is what some people in the MAGA world say, but not all, only some. It's based on a hard-minded appreciation of our interests and the lessons learned when the United States avoided a transatlantic relationship. Those lessons have worn off in the consciousness of many people in the United States. Mm-hmm. But those lessons are not based on sentiment, they are based on reality. And that reality hasn't changed. In the face of the Chinese challenge and Russian aggression, our best bet as the United States is to work closely with Europe. Our differences with Europe about trade, where I made a case that there are some, well, compared to what, China? Mm-hmm. In that context, our differences are second order and could be settled. Mm-hmm. I think they would be. Anyway, that's a long answer to your question.
No, but really appreciate it, especially given the optimism, given, say, the mentioned structural preconditions that could guide us like a mantle, like a valley through which we will come.
For God's sakes, if you add up the combined GDP of the EU, Britain, Canada, Japan, Korea, Australia, Taiwan, like core of what we used to call the free world, yeah. That's enormous. And the center of that is US and Europe. So that's a natural advantage, and we'd be fools to give it up.
Yeah, completely agreed. Jan Fraley, so how does the German government, how does the German Trade Department, the embassy, look at the transatlantic discussions over trade? Daniel has mentioned that this is a second-degree kind of disagreement. There could be compared to other great powers.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you for inviting me. Thanks to the Atlantic Council. It's always great to be with the Council. And congratulations, especially to the Czech Republic for this event. It's great to have you as a partner within the European Union and within NATO. I think NATO enlargement was the best decisions we could have made in the 90s. One of the big, so it's really great. We have been in previous engagements, have been working together on Ukraine. I was special envoy on Ukraine. You have been special envoy on Ukraine. So it's really a very good example how we join forces here in this situation. Now, it has been a sleepless year also for us. It has been a sleepless year also because we have also had this change of government in Germany, which came a bit on top to the change of government in the United States. And we have seen within this year lots of questions, but also lots of answers. And we have to see this year really as a road. We have been going together, and we are really in my view, on a very good way. We have still some open questions to solve together, but what we can feel, and also the Chancellor when he was seeing President Trump last week, we really have the impression that we can answer the challenges of the future together, and that there is no alternative to the transatlantic partnership and to tackling these issues together, be it new technologies, be it the China challenge, which has already been mentioned, be it security in Europe. So what we feel, of course, is that within the administration there is the increased understanding and the increased assessment that they need the allies to tackle one of these, all of these main problems, be it supply chain resilience in critical minerals, for instance, be it in other important areas like supply chains of the AI stack. So here we can clearly see, and this is also our task in our discussions in Washington, to create a dynamics of going together, planning together, implementing together, and the understanding is that we are on a very good way here. So when we have the assessment, that a common assessment on the challenges, we also have to work together on the answers. And here it is of course clear that if we want to shape the world, also creating a counterbalance towards China, for instance, that we have to work together and not to stand in our own way, be it through tariffs or through standards, different standards, or to trade barriers of all kind. And I think here, of course, also for the European Union and for every country, homework is the key word here. We have to do our own homework, and but in the same time, we tell our American friends that we, for instance, when you talk about trade, we need a stable and predictable business environment in order to have our transatlantic community vibrant and active, in order then to be able to together to tackle the trade issues we see on the world market. So this regards, I think the Trump administration asked a lot of questions which are well received in Europe, but the answers to these questions, we have to find them together, and we are on a good way here.
That's perfect. I wouldn't call it a self-fulfilling prophecy, but I'm glad that so far I've heard plenty of optimism for the road ahead. Many questions have been raised and asked, but it's so satisfying to hear that many have been answered in what has been media-wise reported as the biggest rift over the Atlantic.
The European Union did a great job. So,
chapeau, chapeau.
That's not said many times, so I'll take it. I'll pass it on to President von der Leyen and her team.
It's for the German to say that. Yeah, well.
But Jan wears the best socks, I have to say.
Well, and
not the only one wearing socks with a Czech
So let's give him the floor.
Wonderful.
So let's give him the floor for the best socks, and also for celebrating the 27th anniversary with all of us. So what do you see? You have been in the US for a long time. You have been Deputy Minister of Defense in Czechia. Transatlanticist as hard to match in our country, dedicating your career to transatlanticism. Has it shaken the past year your belief in a sustainable partnership on the same level as it was before?
Well, thank you, Tomáš. That's a good question, obviously, and I don't want to spoil the party with the optimism here, so I will actually stay on the optimistic line too. I haven't been losing any sleep actually over the past year on the state of the transatlantic relationship. Look, I mean, if you take a historical perspective, it has never been easy since World War II, and I don't want to go into all the crises and patterns we've seen over the past 70 plus years, but it's a partnership that has been evolving and that has seen its ups and downs. Now we have President Trump's second administration that has a very specific view of doing business on the international scene. I, for one, have been surprised how active the administration has been in terms of engagement, and not only military engagement, but overall diplomatic engagement through bilateral channels primarily, but also dealing with conflicts and taking military action. that's perhaps contrary to some of the expectations. I mean, if someone is running on America first, potentially what some people call an isolationist agenda, this came as a big surprise. And of course, it's an impulse for Europe. If we're part of an alliance, it's an impulse for Europe to either tag along or respond to that, and to see whether we can support our transatlantic, our American partners the way we used in the past. And obviously, what we can see is a change of that transatlantic bargain. I mean, there's a shift in center of gravity in Europe, obviously, and it's a shifting dynamics, but we're still going forward. We're still going forward. Sometimes it hurts, but that's essentially like any kind of love, that can be painful, but we're going forward. And so obviously the trade part has been definitely the least predictable, at least initially, but my perception, and here I also want to acknowledge the role of the European Commission and European Union as an institution, I think we found a way to have that conversation going forward, and hopefully we'll get to a new solution, a new arrangement that will provide that stability and will not be surprising us. Much has not been, and I'm glad you mentioned the NATO anniversary at the beginning. We haven't really talked about the role of NATO, which is interesting. Yeah, obviously, there was a very successful summit in The Hague that came up with the commitment on defense spending. That's definitely one of the most significant decisions on in that area since essentially mid-80s, 1980s, and now we have to work towards that. But given there's a primary focus on bilateral relationships, it is perhaps only natural that these institutions are taking a second track or secondary role. But I think I've always viewed NATO as an institution that can also offer its own vision and can come up with its own initiatives. Let's take Pearl as a mechanism that has served as a useful way of anchoring the Americans and Trump's administration into NATO and into European affairs, because frankly, despite all the economic and hopefully also military power that we have in Europe, we still need American deterrent. We still need America present and engaged. I think that is one of our vital interests, and I think it's still better to keep them in than having them doing something else. So I tend to be optimistic. I think we will need a new vision for NATO eventually, but NATO has had this history of reinventing itself. My question and bigger concern is about the vision of the future of Europe and EU as an institution. Obviously, we're still running on the 2009 Lisbon Treaty arrangements and mechanisms, and if we want to tag along partner with President Trump and with the U.S. administration, we too need to come up with some vision. And I really want to appreciate Chancellor Merkel and other European leaders for talking and engaging with President Trump. I think it's very important. But many of us don't like what the administration, or some of us might not like what the administration is projecting, but at least you can argue it is a vision that's coming from America, whether we like it or not. So my question, to keep the questions going, is what is the European response and what is the European vision to that? I don't have the answer yet, but I think it's something that we should really consider ourselves just beyond the, forgive me, the technical aspect of defense spending. I think we need to move forward.
Yeah, thank you for making my job so much easier by raising the questions, because those are great ones, and I will just pick them and use. Ruth, how can Europe contribute to NATO within the instruments of the EU? How can we strengthen the alliance that we have over the Atlantic through the newly rising, newly developing policies and financial tools and technical administrative instruments that the European Union and European Commission is now putting forward, from SAFE to EDIDP to other defense security related topics that strengthen the defense technology industrial base in Europe, while maintaining it as a part of the European pillar of NATO. So how do you think European Union can be a satisfying partner for the call from the Trump administration, as Daniel mentioned, just to so that we Europeans should take care more of our own security and defense.
Thanks, and thank you for the question. I've been working for the EU for 25 years, and when I started, if anyone dared to speak about military or defense in the European Union, you would be shocked, and then it's not possible, and we cannot talk about this, and this is not what the EU should be doing. I think this, over the years, has changed. I mean, in the meantime, of course, the EU was going to end every other day with the economic crisis, and then with Brexit, and then with migration, and with the first Trump administration, and et cetera, et cetera. And here we are. And here we are. We're going strong, and I think there's a collective interest in the 27 to keep on going. And just like just like an organization that it's ever changing, that's within the strengths of what the EU is, what it is today, because it has adapted and changed and got to the discussions of, first of all, acknowledging that the European security architecture is based on NATO. So NATO is central. 23 member states of the European Union, the same defense minister sits with the 27 ministers, but they sit within NATO. So, there's no dilemma there. I think the Czech Minister of Defense, when he sits, or the German, when he sits in one meeting and when he sits in the other, he still knows what budget he has, what people he has, what structures he has. So, so that's what have we done institutionally? Institutionally, now we have recognized that things have changed. Actually, things started to change already with the first Trump administration. I think still there, member states were still reluctant to do that leap, that the EU and the European Union should be supportive of this. I think that is now over. There's a realization that something needs to be done collectively, and that it is useless to have 24. I don't know how many different tanks we have, but it's a ridiculous number of how many different tanks the European, how different countries procure. So what do we have now? What's the situation? For the first time, we have a commissioner for defense. I think it's a person that comes with a lot of experience and with a lot of intent. Certainly a transatlanticist, very much anchored within NATO, and he's bringing with him a lot of ideas of how to strengthen the European pillar within NATO, and how can the EU, with the limited budget that we have for defense, because still, I mean, when you think 1.5 billion, that's what the EU is putting now on SAFE, is not a lot of money where the needs are. So what can the EU do? The EU can only support the member states to leverage and to get more money. So collectively, yes, collectively we can have power, and collectively we can put 900 billion on the market, and that's where the big game changer is. And that's where, so now it's about, it seems that the member states are ready. It seems even with the first SAFE now, until there's a deadline until the middle of March, where member states have to put how they're going to procure together, and on the big areas of where the needs are. So it seems that there is now this big shift, and it's settling in. And then it will be key when we will negotiate the next budget of the European Union, because the European Union negotiates budgets for 7 years. How much there the member states will decide to allocate on defense, to be able to leverage then their own budgets. But the reality is that, certainly in Europe, and I think in the United States now it's also well understood that there's no appetite. There's not going to be an EU army. There's only one focus, and that's how to strengthen the security architecture within Europe, how to strengthen and bring in Ukraine with us. In fact, Ukraine can participate in all of the programs and the defense programs of the European Union. How we can learn from the Ukrainians. We see now the drones in particular, and how can we apply that to the continent. again, this is still the beginning, and you know, I'm sure that in 10 years' time and 20 years' time, we will be looking at this time, and we could have said we could have done it differently, etc., etc. But I think we're heading in the right direction. I think there's a lot of interest. There's a lot of interest, certainly, from American companies. American companies want there are American defense companies that are invested in Europe. Actually, it's much easier for American companies to be in Europe, and once they are headquartered in Europe, they can also participate in the programs of the European Union. It's much more difficult for European companies to enter the American market when it comes to defense, for various reasons. But in any event, when the needs are so big, and the money is going to be of such magnitude, where you see big changes like in Germany and in many other countries, there can only be benefits on both sides of the Atlantic when it comes to defense and defense spending. But within that reality, it is also the call of President Trump and many people in the Trump administration that Europe needs also to strengthen its industrial base and to build a defense industry in Europe, because we see also from today, you need to have the war will be different in Europe and in the European continent, so we have to be ready for that as well. But we also need to make sure that there is the knowledge, there is the capacity for us to be able to sustain ourselves in a war, should there be, and should the United States not be able to be as present as it is now over time. That said, as Jan mentioned, there are very critical needs in Europe that will need years and will need very strong partnership with the European Union. So from our perspective, what we would like is actually to sit together with the United States and to say, these are, this is where we need the United States. How can we work together towards building a strengthened path forward?
Daniel, is this being heard in Washington? Like, for many of us Europeans, this is something that has been a tremendous change of mentality of our approach to defense as part of the EU agenda, and it's being understood as this in Europe. Is this being heard and understood enough, though, in Washington, D.C.? And is it good enough?
It's being heard. Whether it's being heard by everybody is another question. But it is being heard in the administration, and I would say that Marco Rubio's speech in Munich reflects that he understands this. Would he have made that speech if Europe had not been so determined to increase its defense spending? I don't think so. It is being heard by people in the administration. I'm thinking of Matt Whitaker, the US ambassador to NATO, who used the European commitment to 3.5 plus 1.5% of GDP on defense spending as the means to land a constructive NATO summit, which was not foreordained. There are other parts of the rather vast administration, which is really a loose coalition of somewhat inconsistent groups who are interested in fights with Europe about other things, about cultural or historical issues, or who get really mad at the DSA as not something which is a first attempt and could be improved, but it is something bad in its own right. So there's no single answer to your legitimate question, but Europeans' efforts are not landing on deaf ears. They are not lost in the wind. And don't forget, the Congress, including Republicans in Congress, are also aware of them. So, my tactical advice is keep working in Washington, and not just in Washington, Texas, other places. Just keep working the Americans, because Europe does have something to say. And Europe, we are all working for a a reconstructed transatlantic relationship, but against some serious variables, and since it hasn't come up, the Iran war and the Russo-Ukraine war, which did come up. Those are variables that could, with steep downsides, but especially in the case of Ukraine, a considerable upside. If we succeed, if the Ukrainians succeed with our help, which is a significant possibility if we don't give up. Anyway, yes, it's being heard, but it's a constant swirl in Washington against a backdrop of some contingent developments with downside risks.
I'm also glad you mentioned the bigger picture of not only focusing on Washington and not only focusing on the facts, but focusing also on the communication for the facts to be heard. And not only in Washington, but also in other places in the US. That's crucial.
Texas.
Yeah.
Right. Good choice.
I mean, yes.
Just to respond, if I may, to this. I mean, I 100% agree with what Ruud has said. But as a Czech citizen who's also a European citizen, I'm really having a hard time getting excited about Europe. You know, the only time we get excited about ourselves is when someone like J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio come and they, you know, show the mirror, and then some of us like the image, some don't, and we get really excited. And what I think, and to your point, Tomáš, on communication, and to Ambassador Fried's point, we really need to figure out a way how to get our message across. Obviously, it starts at home, and that's what all the politicians, the chancellors, the prime ministers are trying to do when they're speaking about the future of Europe. They're talking to their constituencies. But, you know, I would just challenge all of us, all of you, when we're done here with the conference, you know, just walk across the street. There is the gift shop, gift store of the Longhorns, and even if you're not a Longhorns fan or you're not a fan of American football, you just get immediately excited by the merch you see there. You know, and that is something that we as Europeans can learn from the Americans, because Americans are really, you guys are great at entertainment business, at communication, etc. And how can we say, take something that is...
Are you calling me boring?
No, I did not want to call you boring. I'm calling I'm calling the European Union language boring. You know, let's try to let's take something as important as the Draghi report, for instance, and try to present it, you know, through the American communication lenses. So on the one hand, you have America First, and on the other hand, you have Draghi report. You see that difference? America First, Draghi report. You know, so take a look at that store, and you know, try to think about the future of the transatlantic relationship as something that we can get excited about, but also the younger people, some of them in the audience, can get excited about.
Yeah.
Can I say a funny
Absolutely.
Can I say a funny story about the Draghi report? So when I arrived in Washington a year and 13 months ago, and as you go to meet people at Congress, and then I get to the Congress and I'm having the first meeting, and there was someone asking me, and that dragon report.
There you go.
The dragon report that you wrote. You know, what's in the dragon report? And I was like, what dragon report? Now, what am I accused of? And it was the Draghi.
You know?
Dungeons and Dragons.
It's a game for heroes, you know, Dungeons and Dragons. So Dungeons and Draghi.
Great game, yeah.
Speaking of, this is very important. I mean, not Dungeons and Dragons, but the attractivity of the language we use and of the marriage we use. I have had the pleasure, honor, and I would say a duty also to visit the University Co-op store, where I bought plenty of marriage. I highly recommend it. And you really do get excited immediately. And it's a lesson learned for all of us who want our American allies and friends to be more excited about us Europeans as well. I mean, seriously.
Let's open a European EU gift shop, you know, downtown Washington, D.C. on K Street.
And let's just not stop at D.C.
Well, there will be plenty of European football, not soccer coming, but anyway, I just want to come in on this one. I mean, it is true that in Europe we do things differently, and we first rather show in the infamous Draghi report all our problems, and then, you know, after we have talked about all our problems, then we start solving them. So that's the way that we do it, which is certainly not what in the US. You never show the problems and you go forward, or a different style. Now we can marry, but I would tend to disagree. I think in Europe, in Europe, there's an increasing sentiment about the popularity of Europe and the fact that a lot of Europeans believe in the European Union, and even in terms of security and defense, that the European Union should do more and should be more present. It's what polls says. That now again we have also seen that polls can be wrong, but I think consistently over the years and at the moment there is quite a lot of favorable. Now everybody has a different wants Europe to give them. We're a group of 27. Everybody has different needs and different wishes. So you know, we have to bring them together somehow. But it is true that in Europe we work very hard. We do, but we forget about the merchandise. So we do not sell what we do. So you know, did you know, for instance, that out of all the 50 states, the EU is the biggest. Where do you think that the biggest investments in the United States are in Europe? Out of the 50 states, Texas. Everybody, you know, in other rooms they will all be California, for instance, in Texas, and by far in Texas, double. You know, so we do a lot of things, but we don't. From not being, from everyone saying the EU not doing enough. Do you know, or in Ukraine, do you know that it's almost at around $200 billion our support to Ukraine? Did you know that 84 billion in military support? So you know, we do a lot of things, but we certainly don't invest on the merchandise.
Maybe we don't touch the emotions so well because we like the good merchandise. Fortunately, we have Jan Freli, who has a great merchandise for the German house here. Unlike many other houses, I'm not forcing you to put it on now, but just to compliment. You see, I'm sorry. What is it? So. There is a way how to approach emotions, okay. How to be proud of what we do and where we are as Europeans.
I mean, it's a start, you know.
Yeah.
Start with a T-shirt.
What would you say, Jan, is the general feeling in Germany towards the transatlantic relationship, also with the consideration that many and much has changed when it comes to the appreciation. Many have changed their appreciation of Germany as a strong defense leader in Europe. I guess the hardest part about it is and was and will be so that the German nation itself and German politicians will also appreciate the leadership in defense for Europe, because of the non-militaristic tradition after the Second World War. When the United States talk about the need for stronger Europe in defense, most of the eyes in Central Eastern Europe turn to Germany, to the big surprise to the Germans. How do you feel this has been evolving over the past 4 years, which, as you mentioned, we have been very much dedicating also to the Ukrainian cause? So has it changed because of Ukraine? Can the US rely more on German leadership in defense of Europe?
Yeah, the answer is absolutely. We were talk about sleeplessness. I mean, there was literally this 22nd of February in the night, a wake-up call in the morning for myself when I was special envoy on Ukraine when Russia attacked the invaded full-size the Ukraine. So that was the moment we call Zeitenwende in Germany, so change of area, change of times, where it was not only a wake-up call for the political class, for the business community, but I would say for the whole country, where we woke up out of policy decisions, but also of some illusions maybe we had also on Russia, and since then, and this is several years ago now, there is a clear evolvement, and so far the climax is the policy of the current government. Where under the leadership of Chancellor Merz, we have a clear plan to go for 5%, 3.5% and 1.5%, which is for Germany especially, as this big state in bridging Western and Central Europe. Where infrastructure modernization is not only something you just put into defense because it's convenient, but it really matters. It's about railway, it's about bridges, it's about roads. And so here Germany already is showing extreme leadership, and so far I would say it's a clear yes to your question. I think this is not something where Germany stands alone. I think the European Union, as Ruth mentioned, is showing also extreme leadership. Commissioner Kubilius is doing an excellent job. And so everybody is working together, but it's clear that a big country like Germany has also to live up to the challenges, and this is what we're doing. And on all levels, it's the political decisions, taking the parliament decision, taking money in our hands, but it's also now we can see that, and this is also part of my work. There is also lots of movement in the business community, in the defense industry on one hand, but there is also lots of movement in the civil sector, where now going into the defense sector is nothing which is bad or morally rejectable, but it's something people now understand that this is an opportunity. It's a business opportunity, but it is also seen as a duty here to get engaged in this new debate. So that's also what, by the way, brings also me here to Austin, because we have lots of German startups here which are very much interested in to be getting engaged in this new dual-use defense innovation ecosystem. It's an opportunity for German startups, but it's also an opportunity for Transatlantic cooperation. So there's lots of things going on where, Germany and also other European states and the European Union is really living up to the challenge. There's lots of things more to do, I believe. It is, we should not rest on our achievements, but our achievements are there, and we should also, communicate them in a proper way and make sure that is there, but there are more things to do in the field of military, in the field of Ukraine, in the field of energy, I believe, but we are on a very good way here.
I'm really grateful that you mentioned the startups that come here. The primary reason of many of the delegations that have arrived to this great city. It's a paradox. We have not had such strained relations between the United States and Europe for a very, very long time, if ever. And yet, for the past decades, there has not been a better time for European companies to enter such a closed market as the US defense one. Over the past year, especially, this has changed a lot through the push from the Pentagon, from the Secretary of War, to bring more innovation. Some call it struggle, some call it even harsher words such as war on the big primes in the US, but it's like an opening that we have not seen for a long time here in the US. as Ruth has mentioned, it's easier. It's been easier for decades for U.S. companies to enter the European market and vice versa, but this is changing. Now, Daniel, if I may ask you, is this something that is also, despite what you have been describing of the duality of the approach to Europe from the political, cultural sense, so do you feel that this is something that is an important policy, a bipartisan policy, how to make the U.S. more competitive against the big threats, against the big challenges with regards to China, Russia, that it's an intentional impulse bringing European technologies in defense to the U.S.? Or is it just a side effect of, the, say, change of the internal landscape of the defense industry?
Well, it's a side effect of reality, and that's not a marginal thing. The reality is the Ukraine war has generated the innovative defense technologies, drones, which is a big field, is both something that is revolutionary in its battlefield implications and something for which traditional defense companies do not seem to be prepared. Where Ukrainian startups have the lead and Western companies that are working with these Ukrainian startups have a natural advantage. And if you're looking for a consistent answer with respect to this or any U.S. administration, you won't find it. But that's okay. Go out and do it. Texas is one place to do it. I mean, one of the features of Texas politics, and I don't know, I know enough about it to know that the partisan color of a deep red state is married by a very pragmatic business approach. So create those facts on the ground. Is what I would say to European companies, Ukrainian companies, and then find American partners and create American manufacturing. Then you start dealing with the good politics of hiring Americans, but you're going to have supply chains on both sides of the Atlantic. There's the variable of tariff inconsistencies, but put our faith in the EU to negotiate at least a stable resting place, right? So the opportunities are there. Look, there are all manner of dangers and difficulties in the transatlantic relationship. But I learned over my very long career, if you focus on the difficulties, you'll just lose sleep and never get anything done. Focus on what's out there. That's the goal you want. Okay? I was in Independence, Missouri, 27 years ago when Czechia, Poland, and Hungary came in. And we didn't get there by focusing on the difficulties. Had we done that, we would have given up, right? And the we being those who wanted to open NATO's doors, and there weren't many of us in the beginning. And I remember in 1989, the best Polish and Czech negotiators, and I knew a lot of them very well, did not focus on the various brick walls that the communist regime kept putting out there. They focused on the cracks in the brick wall. And pretty soon there was no more brick wall. Right? That was Havel and his people like Sasha Vondra, or Bronisław Geremek and Mazowiecki in Poland. So, that's life. Those are life policy lessons I took, and I took it seriously, and I've tried to follow their example. So, in answer to your question about defense companies, focus on where you want to be, and pretty soon, and you may find that you can get there. Especially when you're dealing with a Washington which is a swirl of different schools of thought. And then if you bring something to the table that is needed, American jobs, modern technology, muscle, that is defense products that nobody else can make, you have a chance.
Thank you. Focusing on the cracks of the brick walls.
Yeah.
That's a quote I will keep for a long time.
Well, I just stole it from Polish and Czech negotiators, so you're recycling it. It's not me, it's them.
It's modern, like recycling economy. I think it is about time we also open the panel to more questions that I'm interested in. So please, if you have any questions here in the audience or back home or wherever you are behind the computer screens, I will get them. And with the preference to give the floor to the physically present. So you can do it now or you can do it later. I already got several from the audience that is watching us. So I'll start with those, and we still have some nice 18 minutes for you guys here also to consider asking it. For Ms. Ruth Bajda, how does the EU-US partnership shape Europe's engagement with regions like Latin America or the Middle East? And do partners in those regions see the transatlantic relationship as stabilizing and competitive? And I should say, and I haven't done it before, that you have served for the EU delegations in Chile, right, and Lebanon, making you the most competent person to answer that.
Sure. Thanks a lot, and thank you, Ambassador Fried, for dreaming for Europe, and I hope there will be many more like you throughout the years, because NATO, with that enlargement, but what it is today, it's something. And I say it from Malta, who is a country that is not a member of NATO, but as a transatlanticist, certainly. Thank you. To the Middle East and Latin America, of course, Europe, when it comes to the Middle East, I will start with the problems as a true European. The Middle East is obviously an area where it divides us still in Europe. It's very difficult to find a common position for us, but there are many areas where even there we have found common positions, and certainly, whether the freedom of navigation, whether it's the Strait of Hormuz or the Red Sea, is something that we all agree about, and that Israel should exist in peace. It's something that we all agree about. That the area should be free of terrorism. That's also a lot. So there's a lot of agreement, but still, it is not an area where we can that it costs us to get to common positions. Latin America is a space where, of course, there is a lot of European interest. They speak languages that we speak in Europe. There's a lot of European investments. There's a lot of commonality. But certainly, what is common for both areas is from where we stand in the European Union, and I'm sure both my colleagues here will agree, is that whatever we want to achieve in the world and whatever we want to achieve, whether it's in the Middle East or in Latin America, we will achieve. We know that we can achieve it better when the European Union and the United States are aligned. So if we want to see rather European and American investments in Latin America, because we would rather than their 6G and 5G and telecommunication systems would rather be on the Western side, and whether we would like to see them on a Western AI stack rather than another one, I think there's also a lot of agreement with the current administration. We will always go about things differently. So we will probably, but with the United States. But certainly the aims are many times many times the aims are very much very much aligned of what we want to achieve. You know, starting off from Gaza to Syria, and again through what we would like to see. You know, certainly, I'm sure that if you go around all the member states, they would tell you that, you know, they would write a free and democratic Venezuela and Cuba as well. But again, but certainly what we want, what we know for sure from our side of the table is that if we go about it together with the United States, we will get there faster, we will get there better, and also on the other side, people will follow us more naturally, I would say.
Thank you, Ruth, and also thank you for appreciating the dreaming of Ambassador Fried. Now let me first say that I was wrong. We didn't have 18 minutes, we only had 8. But to finish with what we started with, glimpses of optimism, let me ask the following question to the three gentlemen. In which sectors do you believe Czechia, Germany, or for Ambassador Fried, any country whatsoever, should be focusing on when it comes to innovative technologies in defense and the new opening opportunities here in the US? So if you would dream about some, how would it look like in 5 years that some technologies of Germany or Czechia would come to this market and be stronger? Jan, please.
I would say it's very clear. So we have strategic key sectors which will decide who owns the future. And it's absolutely clear that in these sectors we want to get stronger. We want to do it together. It's in the field of artificial intelligence. It's in the field of biotech. It's in the field of supply chain resilience, yeah, and it's in the field of manufacturing. I think in these 4 areas we need to, maybe we could add energy as well, but it's in these fields where modernization in all aspects of our life, of the business model, of defense, of the way we are organized in the future, the way jobs are created and not created and implemented. It's around these 4 areas, I would say, where the future is going to be decided upon.
Thank you. Yeah.
In the very much spirit, I fully agree with JP here on the sectors, but I just want to maybe offer a different perspective or alternative way of looking at this. The sectors are very much important. It's what we decide to do with those technologies and those opportunities that are in those coming from those sectors and the technological development. Obviously, AI is another phase in this information computer revolution that we're all going through. And the big topic of these days when it comes to resilience and security is counter UAS, counter drone capacities and capabilities, which in a way is a response to the evolution of the nature of war and the conflict. And as we've established, looking at the past 30 years of the Transatlantic partnership and the conflicts we've been through, every conflict brings something slightly different. Let's try to predict what the future will bring. I know it's impossible, but you know, let's take all those opportunities coming from the defense tech sector and the innovation, and very much like you mentioned, biotech as well, and try to see how we can make us more resilient, the topic of this dialogue for the future.
Daniel.
Well, I agree with what's been said, so I'll build on it. The US, the EU, and G7 decide to get out of the way of the emerging new technologies. It's harder to fix old problems for which there are constituencies, but you can prevent new problems from arising, so get out of the way. And then with respect to military technology, you got to bring in the Ukrainians. I was just in Kyiv and I was meeting with defense entrepreneurs. They've got it down. They know what they're doing. I mean, their cycle of R&D production, battlefield deployment, evaluation, repeat is tight because their lives depend on it. So learn from them and then put that into a picture where the US and Europe decide that we've had enough bickering with each other when we have real enemies out there. And we are reminded, whatever the the pros and cons of the Iran war, we've been reminded again of supply chain, in this case, oil vulnerabilities, the Straits of Hormuz. So start thinking in those terms. And you come out of this with a strengthened transatlantic partnership, transatlantic alliance to deal with the genuine adversaries we've got. And it's not, as an American, the enemy is not in Brussels or Berlin. You know, we got plenty of real adversaries out there without making them up.
Thank you. I mean, it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. This was an optimistic panel. It started with the rather gloomy premise of sleepless nights, but immediately turned into the appreciation of this positive sentiment that Europeans still do have since decades ago towards Americans and towards the transatlantic partnership. I very much appreciate also the focus on what we could do better merchandise, be more attractive, communicate more clearly. Thank you, Jan. And I also appreciate it from the institutional perspective that Jan Frelly was mentioning, the many questions that we read in the media. Very often we don't read the answers in the media, but it doesn't mean that it's not there, that they have not been answered. And that's a positive message for me as well. And of course, what I get from this panel, the cracks in the wall. Yeah, let's just jump into them and look to more doors to be open and not to the problem. So thank you very much, Daniel. And thank you all of you for your attention here in the audience, as well as back home or behind the computer screens. It was a pleasure having you here.
And thanks to you, Thomas.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Oh.
I'm the funny.
I've been assigned a second role here. We're coming to the end of the forum, of the symposium, and I'm the last of the three speakers that you're going to hear from today. Speaking on behalf of the Czech embassy, and obviously you all heard from the ambassador this morning and from the vice prime minister this morning, so I will not repeat the reasons why we are here as the country, why we are here in Texas, back to back with South by Southwest. But I do want to say that the reason for this forum and why our embassy partnered with Jagello 2000 and the Atlantic Council was that for a long time we actually felt the need to take the discussion about the issues that matter outside of Washington, outside of the Beltway, as they say in Washington. And as you've heard, the parts of the conferences that I managed to attend, and as you've heard throughout the day, the issues are not necessarily pertained only to Washington or Brussels. I mean, the issue of resilience and security, cybersecurity, facing natural disasters and response, search and rescue operations, the issues of technology are essentially everybody's concern, and that's why we're happy this first RISE forum has taken place here in Texas, which has a strong Czech-US community, but obviously a strong European footprint and strong European community. So I want to thank the organizers, Jagello 2000, the Atlantic Council, the University of Texas in Austin, and the European Center, Center for European Studies, to get it right, for partnering with us. And with that, I want to thank you, and I want to turn the floor to Zbigněk Pavlacík, Chairman of Jagello 2000. Thank you.
So, thank you, Jan, and let me tell you, Jan is a real mastermind because he is behind a lot of our bilateral activities we have successfully running in US since 2022, when we are for first time organized a joint panel with Atlantic Council in DC, as us Jan already said, our ambition was like to try to set up the new annual event out of the Beltway. So, and as Daniel said, so we were dreaming from the beginning. We were dreaming about this RISE dialogue, and now it happened. And so let me also invite to podium the Vice President of Atlantic Council, Jana Ben-Yehuda. And once again, let me express our ongoing thanks for our long-term partnership and cooperation. Thank you, Jenna, and to your team, and also to the partners, the American friends of Czech Republic, then the George W. Bush Institute, and our general partner, the CSG, and look forward to see you the Center for European Studies at University of Texas in Austin, and look forward to see all of you and the RISE Dialogue 2027.
Well, thanks very much, and just another round of applause for you and your leadership.
Thank you.
Look, you know, for as hard as we talk about it is being to get out of Washington, there are several flights a day, as it turns out. And so we need to do it more often. It's really good to be here in Austin, and we have an opportunity also to do a lot of listening. So I've appreciated our conversations with those of you who've come from the broader community. Thank you. We need that. And we have a lot of work to do, and it's going to take all of us to make that reality come together. And so we look forward to the next RISE Dialogue, and hope you will all continue to stay engaged with us. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.